alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
All right, back with you. We got a couple of brackets we're going to play in a couple of weeks, right? One we're doing here, and we'll tell you about the prizes and how you'll do it. It'll be stuff you can actually win. It's not like this $1 million dream thing where I think it's a better chance to be struck by lightning 10 times than win it.
I'm working on something today that can be really cool for our bracket, too.
So we're working on that. We're going to have our bracket challenge as always. And then our friends at Redmont have a cool bracket we want you to be a part of as well.
Yeah, that time of year again, come party with Redmont Vodka for March Madness this year. The next round, we're partnering with Redmont Vodka to bring you our biggest March Madness ever. How do you enter? Well, first, register at redmontvodka.com/Final Pour. Second, on March 13th, the link to Charles Barkley's Final Pour will be emailed to you. Third, submit your picks before the first game. Fourth, you share that you've submitted on your social media. Make sure and tag at Redmont Vodka in the next round. This is brought to you by Redmont Vodka. Live legendary responsibly, and the next round.
All right, Mortgage Right bringing us our final rush to the finish line here today. We'll tell you about Mortgage Right in a second. First, Nate Oates tonight on Alabama playing Texas A&M and the challenge for the Tide to win this evening.
To be sharp on offense, our guards are going to have to be tough with the ball. You know, if we take care of the ball, I think we can get good shots. And then defensive end, our offense is either going to hurt or help our defense. If our offense can take care of the ball and our defense is set, you know, I think we'll be all right. If we're giving them live ball turnovers and feeding their transition game, it's going to really hurt our defense. So, you know, it's going to all start with taking care of the ball on offense, and then we're going to have to be tough and physical. They're a tough physical team that plays really hard.
All right. Before I tell you the last two NFL notes out for you, our friends at Mortgage Right can get you a mortgage with these changing interest rates. You need to lock in now or refinance now.
Hey, if you're new to the housing market, you might be wondering when the best time is to buy a home. We'll wonder no longer, because with our friends at Mortgage Right, every day is the right day to purchase a new home. With locations nationwide, Mortgage Right, the perfect matchmaker to connect you with the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's team of skilled professionals, they've got the knowledge to move you on with confidence. Make your day better. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Drake London just interviews. His ankle's still bothering him. He's not going to work out. LT loves him. The thing I want you to comment on, Denver.
Can't miss, by the way.
Denver says yesterday, George Patton, their GM, everything is on the table to get a quarterback, including trading multiple first-round picks. You agree with doing that or not agree with doing that?
Well, you tell me who the quarterback is, and I'll tell you.
Well, I mean, if it's for Aaron Rodgers, are you okay giving up multiple first-round picks?
Look, I love Matt Stafford, but Aaron Rodgers is a better quarterback, and Matt Stafford in the right situation just won a Super Bowl, and you gave up multiple picks. So, yes, if you can do it and get Aaron Rodgers, do it.
Multiple first-round picks for Russell Wilson.
No, a first-round pick.
One first-round pick. Okay. I don't know if there's anybody else out there that you can get with first-round picks that you would want.
I mean, Deshaun Watson, if you could clear him, if they were like, okay, slate's clear, he probably would be worth multiple picks.
Multiple first-round picks?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the Bucs may get him virtually for free.
You could.
That'd be crazy. All right, that's the show. Hope you enjoyed it today. We love bringing it to you. We're back tomorrow live at 9 a.m. Remember, a new Bama for Bourbon is on all the platforms, audio in the podcast, video on YouTube, and also on Twitter. Jimmy Buckets brought to you by Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, it's up in the audio place and also on Twitter, and a lot more. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.
If you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Life comes at you fast, and the end's going to come fast for Alabama basketball, according to Nate Oates. We'll talk Alabama in a second, but first we start with Auburn winning the SEC championship again. Three championships in the last 4 seasons for Auburn. Regular season in 2018 and 2022, the tournament in 2019. They got at least a share of it last night in Starkville with a win. Closer than it should have been for a while, and then a blowout in the end in overtime. And I know you like to play the gambling side of things. If you had Mississippi State and you were just not worried about the outcome, if you're not a State fan, you did not want that game to go to overtime. You were cheering for anybody to make a bucket at the end.
I left Odie's with about 5 minutes to go in the game, and I was hustling, and I was listening to Andy Burcham, who we will have on the show, and Sonny Smith. And it came down. I was in the car until it went to overtime, and I was pulling for Jabbar to hit that final shot. Just let me out. I was actually catching 4.5, but most shops had it at 3.5 or 4.
Where do dogs go to die, Lance?
They go to overtime, Brown.
Yes.
And, Auburn got up 19 in the first half. That game was over. And if you would have told me Mississippi State goes 0 for 13 behind the arc, they have 20 turnovers, there's no shot that they are able to hang with the Auburn Tigers. And for them to score 20 points in overtime, you don't see that, man. Well, that is insane.
Especially when you just scored 21 in the second half.
Yeah, 20 minutes as opposed to 5 minutes.
Yeah, you scored 21 in 20 minutes and 20 in 5 minutes. It really made no sense. I could not believe Auburn let that game get away from them in the second half. They don't have to play any more road games.
True road games.
Road games. Their road trend is super alarming. If this were early in the season, I'd be really worried about them on the road, but they don't have to play road games
But
anymore.
To me, they're all road games now.
Well,
I
really guess.
But they're all road games for everyone. And when you look at, there's not like really dominant road teams out there, but everybody's going to be on the road now.
Everybody's at a neutral site from now on. So that may help a little bit to your point. It's not in a hostile environment, however hostile you thought Starkville was. One of our great listeners in the Farm Folio chat room over there, Chris, says, he was at the game last night. Great atmosphere. A lot of Auburn fans.
Well, it sounded like it.
Actually, there with the SEC chant at the end. I'm gonna make what appears to be the dumbest statement I've ever made in the history of our 12.
Impossible.
Jim, that's a high
thing.
bar. High bar for you. Let's go.
I was alarmed more by some of the things I saw with Auburn last night than I was with some of the things I saw with Alabama last night.
Okay.
Let me explain the dumbest statement I've ever made right there. Alabama showed me nothing I had not already seen from Alabama last night.
I would agree.
Nothing changed for me with Alabama last night. They got embarrassed at home with turnovers and missed shot and horrible defense.
Terrible loss.
I've seen that from them this year. What concerns me about Auburn is that last possession in regulation.
Oh, that's because it's a trend.
It's a trend, and we're still trying to figure out who's going to take that shot and how we're going to play the last seconds of close games. And those games are coming with big stakes. And they finally get it to the right guy, but it's so late in the clock, so far away from the basket.
And Wendell Green's still standing right next to him, which if Wendell Green's right next to him, who else is right next to him?
Yeah.
An extra defender,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, a fall-away three is not the shot. And we're still concerned about who's going to take it, how we're going to take the end of the game shot there.
So weird.
And that concerns me. Alabama is what Alabama is. And that's going to be the team. They could play with somebody, the best teams in the country. We've seen that. Or they could lose to anybody in the country. We've seen that. And they do it with bad defense. They do it with, 20-plus turnovers. That is who this Alabama team is. For Auburn, who has shown us they can be the number one team in the country and has national championship potential, they've got to fix the end of the clock.
Yeah, look, I don't understand it either. More times than not, Jabari's going to hit big shots. I mean, he was 9 of 13 from the field last night. Couple of things. You've got KD and Wendell that can take the ball to the rack, and you've got a guy that can clean things up in Kessler. Kessler has disappeared offensively.
I'm not sure he's 100%, though. That shoulder harness or sleeve, whatever you want to call it, that's concerning, too, because he's not playing his same ball right now.
Yeah, and maybe that's the lack of the aggression on the offensive end, because you're still seeing him on the board. You're still seeing defensively he's making the blocks, had a big block down the stretch. But, he is one of those guys where you don't run the clock all the way down. You take it to the rack with 4 or 5 seconds, you miss the shot or don't draw the foul. Kessler maybe can clean that thing up.
Yeah. Or even Jabari, who showed a little rim presence again last night. Here's Bruce. It's so easy in our job to get caught up on the negatives like I just did there. By the way, was that a dumb comment, or did it end up sounding smarter?
No, because I know what you're saying. Well,
it actually ended up sounding like one of the smartest things I've ever said on the show.
I don't know. That's a low bar. But I know what
I'm saying.
I know what you're saying is Alabama is who they are. We think Auburn is a much better team. But then you watch last night and you're like, buddy, if they play a second half like that in the NCAA tournament, they don't go to overtime. That game's over. With a 20-point second half, you're losing an NCAA tournament.
Well, and I think we've seen something for Auburn their last 2 games out that you haven't seen. The complete domination on the boards. Dominated again 50-32 against Mississippi State. But if you go back, Tennessee, Mississippi State combined, 104-63 on the boards. You can't win basketball games against quality teams. You get dusted on the glass like that.
Yeah. Here's Bruce, though. The positive is the banner is going to go up down at Auburn Arena. I doubt they'll do it this Saturday, but they'll wrap up the season on Saturday.
Can't sew that thing that fast.
But they've got a new banner to go up in Auburn Arena, and Bruce talked about that in the locker room afterwards.
I am just so proud of these guys. So happy for them. And I'm so proud of them. And I'm happy for Auburn. This is our 3rd championship in 4 years, and these suckers don't come easy.
He's right. You want the stat now? I told you I had an Auburn stat that I find incredible.
You told us before the show. And
Scott Scroggins. He's a good follow. He's at Scroggins Noggin, I think is what it is. He does a lot of Auburn stats. If you're into Auburn stats, he'd be a good follow, I should say.
Never heard of Scott, but
Scott Scroggins. I don't know who he is. I just know I've seen him on Twitter, and I saw this retweeted last night.
Scroggins Noggin.
Scroggins Noggin. So if you like Auburn stats, he'd be your guy. From 1933 through 2017, Auburn won 2 regular season SEC titles and 1 tournament title.
1999 and some other time.
From 2018 through 2022, they won 2 regular season titles and a tournament title.
Yeah.
So from day one of Auburn basketball in the SEC, they won the same amount of regular season and tournament titles than they have in the Bruce Pearl era, which is pretty remarkable.
Well, again, it goes to 2 points. We talked about maybe the most difficult job in the SEC was Auburn before Pearl took it over. And when Pearl took it over, we knew he was an elite coach. And a lot of people believed he was going to be able to take Auburn, maybe not to these heights. I heard him interviewed with Damian Fishback, and I guess it was Patrick Young.
Patrick Young last night? Yeah.
Dory after the game, and he said, I think it was Damian that asked him the question, where did you think you would be? Did you think this would happen? He was like, I was just happy to make it 3 or 4 years. Most Auburn coaches don't make it 3 or 4 years.
He's right.
Hey, hats off to KD Johnson, too, because now you've let the game, you almost lose it in regulation. And you do get to overtime. You miss the shot at the end. And so you go to overtime. And Auburn had lost to UConn. They lost to Arkansas. Away from Auburn Arena in overtime, their other overtime games. And KD Johnson came out hell on wheels, whatever the saying is. He was on fire to start off with. Didn't he score like the first 10 points
of overtime?
Yeah. And it was like zoom, 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 zoom. And you're like, oh, okay. Auburn's won the game here in overtime.
Yeah. And State started turning it over. There were 2 totally different teams.
He's your emotional leader. I think it can be really good and it can be bad. KD's one of those guys that can get frustrated. And in the game, he was 1 of 5 from the field and then completely dominated the first couple of minutes of overtime.
You know where I really think the game turned? And Auburn didn't win it in regulation, but I really think the game turned on that 10-second call. What a weird violation by Mississippi State.
I didn't get to see the review. I guess that's when
it was. I rewound it just to see.
Was it that close?
It was exactly 10 seconds.
And it was on Molinar, right?
Yeah, he's just walking the ball up, not guarded. Right. There's no defense. He's just slowly walking it up. Because I think State was trying to do that. They were trying to bleed clock and make that as short a game as they possibly could. And he just got caught up, and Howland never said anything to him. But I went back, and the guy gets the rebound, lands on the floor. at 2:10. And they whistle at the violation at 2. I mean, it was exactly 10 seconds.
Wow.
There was no mercy.
Usually you get a little bit of a beat.
When you're not being guarded,
a little bit,
especially.
yeah. And Andy Burcham on the broadcast said they're going to review this, and Sonny Smith said, "I hope not."
Yeah, I mean,
so
it was 10
must have
on the
looked
money.
like it wasn't
It
a
really
10-second
did.
violation.
That's the reason I rewound it, because I was like, there is no way 10 seconds expired there. No way.
When's the last time you saw that called?
Oh, almost never.
Yeah, because it never happens.
Because you call a timeout if you're being guarded.
Yeah,
if it's anywhere close.
And rarely is anybody guarded that bad that we don't break the press and get it across the line.
But that call state of possession.
That's inexcusable,
right there.
though.
It is inexcusable. I mean, get across the line. I don't know why he was going so slow.
Yeah.
But I couldn't believe they called it.
Milking the clock, and you play the game. Sometimes you forget. Oh, that's right. I've got to because the game is played so fast with such a shot clock. You forget. Oh, that is still a rule. We've got to get it across here and there.
The most amazing stat about last night was Mississippi State 0-13 behind the arc.
That's crazy.
That's nearly impossible. We talked about Alabama's 3 of 39 against Kentucky,
and they're 0-13 beyond the arc, and their final offensive possession in regulation is our intern bombing a 3. That could not have been what they wanted.
Garrison Brooks,
throwing
one down.
33 their last 3 games.
Yeah.
That's nearly impossible.
I thought another turning point in the game is when Garrison got that foul, and he got
gashed.
in his head.
He
got fouled. Yeah.
Like Eric Montrose.
Yeah. So he had blood coming from a knee and blood coming from above the head, and they kept putting that goo on there to keep it from bleeding.
The gut guy.
And he didn't seem like he was as big of a force for the team down the stretch there. It sort of took a little air out of him as well, too. So Auburn wins it, and that gets the Tigers where they need to be. They try to finish up the regular season unbeaten at home. They got a 17-game win streak at Auburn Arena. They get South Carolina Saturday to win this thing outright. And most people expect that to happen, and then it's off to Tampa, and then the NCAA tournament. The number 1 seed is still in play for the Auburn Tigers as they keep rolling forward. Before we get to Alabama and reaction from the Alabama locker room, we'll tell you our friends at Mortgage Right are here to help you. Listen, you're watching everything happen in the world. You're watching the stock market do a little loop-de-loo roller coaster thing, and you hear all this discussion about rates going up. Now is the time to relax and check with our friends at Mortgage Right and see what they can do for you.
Yes, not everything done away in life comes with a second chance, but our friends at Mortgage Right know this rule does not apply when it comes to a home refinance with refinancing experts nationwide. Mortgage Right, they've got the tips, tools, and dedication to help you take advantage of interest rates while they're still low, but you need to act quickly. Rates are rising. Don't let a refinancing opportunity slip away. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
And I would just say if you need some cash right now, use that home as an asset or refinance or get a rate locked in. Check and see if your rate, you can get a better rate than the one you have. Now's a good time just to touch base with our friends at Mortgage Right.
On that thought, would you say, if I can say something happened today for the first time in American history? That's pretty significant, right?
Yeah.
For the first time in American history today, I saw this on Twitter. A city has gas prices at $5 a gallon.
Oh,
might
really?
Might be a good time to call Mortgage Right. Yeah, Patrick DeHaan, who is with Gas Buddy, which is a website that tracks gas prices. San Francisco, it has exceeded $5 per gallon.
Now, is
first
that
time in American history?
Is that what's the cheapest?
Inflation adjusted? Oh,
no, what is the
87?
cheapest?
No, it's probably, it could be diesel because diesel's the most expensive. I don't know. I'm just reading what he said.
Well, no,
Or maybe the high grade.
If I go the high octane,
Yeah.
I've been over $4 for a couple of days now.
Yeah.
$4 a gallon on that.
You got to put the 93 in your Alfa Romeo?
I don't have to. I choose to.
That's right.
Choose
so you can
It's
gun it on the interstate.
On the
My
way home,
Alfa-
I noticed $3.99. See, I never noticed. We've done this segment before.
That's
on
right.
The show
You don't
years
notice
ago,
prices.
The
Yep.
unawareness of different prices when it comes to milk and
Yeah.
gas and things like that. But I think everybody's aware of what's going on now.
Oh, I notice gas. I always notice gas. I don't know why, but
I'll tell you what gets me on gas. The only way I notice it is how long it takes me to fill up.
I was at
I mean, what the price is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Once
You
I'm
don't like listening to Cheddar News.
oh my god, I get in the car, I can't do
I'm
it.
Daisy Fuentes.
But everybody's got those stations, and I don't know about you. I like stopping at the same one, and usually you sort of have the speed of the pump down, and I like only stopping at ones that have the good handles that lock.
Yep.
And then I jump back in my car and I check my phone, maybe return an email, check out what's happening on the Insta or on Twitter or something like that, just to kill the time.
Right.
But I stopped at one I rarely stop at the other day. It's on our drive in, but I never stop at that gas station. And And I pulled in there the other day, and I was totally on empty. Like I was having to go do an interview on CBS 42,
fumes.
And I was on fumes. Like it had gone from yellow to red, and my miles was not even showing up. So I made it there. So I thought it was going to take a while, and I locked that thing in, and I sat down, and I barely opened the gram. And I looked at one thing.
You've called it Insta and the gram.
He's trying. He's trying.
Jimmy Kerr, man.
That's one segment. Yeah.
I looked at one thing on IG there, and
Where is your fedora today?
and it was like boom, and I was like, my goodness, Joey Logano's crew doesn't do it that fast.
Oh, so it pumped it in faster?
It was unbelievable.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, to the point that when I started the Alfa Romeo Stelvio, when I did that, I had to glance to make sure that it filled all the way up. I had to look at the dial. I was like, did I get a full tank?
I love that. There's a place, and I'll go on and call them out. It's in Crestline where Rockstar has to run every now and then for trivia.
Yeah, sometimes I have a little issue.
Right.
Yeah, when he's got his bathroom issues.
They got the slow pump?
It's the slowest pump ever. Like, I get so frustrated. I've had to use it twice that halfway through I'll just quit.
Yeah. No, I've done that before
Yeah.
too. If I'm in a hurry, it's like, I cannot do this. Here comes the lab cars. I got to get out. But this one,
You have to tell me about it.
I'll tell you exactly where it is. And I've never stopped there before, and I may go back just for the speed of the pump.
That's worth 5 cents extra a gallon.
Yeah.
By the way.
But I'll tell you, I don't like the smell around it, and it always seems I'm always a little uncomfortable there.
Wow.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Two now. Are there cats in the parking lot?
I didn't notice any cats.
Okay.
Could I get a burrito next door?
You can't.
I am being corrected in the Farm Folio. It is Maria Menounos, not Daisy Fuentes.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Yeah.
I always like Maria Menounos.
Wait, where did we
I
talk
like
about
Fuentes
her?
back in her day.
She's on the
Cheddar News.
The Cheddar News on the little
okay,
video.
Okay, yeah.
That you can't disable.
Yeah, I think you can mute it at some places. Some places give you the option.
No, you can get in your car.
You can't get in your car as well.
Yep. Or you can just hit it with a hammer.
I always wow.
No, don't do that.
I always like Maria Menounos though. Yeah.
No, I did too. I saw her on Bourbon Street one time.
Really?
Yeah, randomly. It was a Friday afternoon.
Beads or no beads?
She was completely topless, done away. No, I have no idea. She was just standing there. I guess she was down. It might have been something we were doing, and
we were down for Alabama LSU
maybe
or something. Yeah.
Maybe she was doing something for Entertainment Tonight or whoever she was working for.
All that to distract from the fact that Alabama got it handed to them by Texas A&M last night. And Scott has, our boy Forrester, has sent out several Nate Oates post-game on our Twitter account at Next Round Live that it's not going over well with the Alabama fans, some of his explanations about motivation and playing hard and all that, because I think a lot of fans look to the coach to motivate and make you play hard. But here's Nate after the game about the reality of the fact that the calendar is March, and when you get an effort from your team like you got last night, he gives you the cold, hard facts.
Yeah, I mean, what was your message to the team in the locker room after the game?
The end's going to come quick if this is the effort we get. I mean, we're as good as our effort is. And be really disappointing for some of these guys to end their career here at Alabama with these type of losses. You know, this disappointing that we've had pretty good crowd support. You know, I reminded them of how great the crowd was at Baylor, and we had pretty good student section tonight. Like, we can't play hard for, you know, it'd be nice if they'd play hard for each other. I don't know what motivates some of them. So my message was we got to figure out what we got to do to get this team playing hard every night. And I've as the head coach, that's on me.
And it is on him. Love Nate Oates to death, but motivation's on him. And as some of our viewers and listeners say at Next Round Live, ass on the bench is the biggest motivator you can get. But when you're in March, you can't put Javon Quinley or Jaden Shackelford or any of those guys, Keon Ellis, on the bench. You got to go with your dogs at this point.
You got to have their offense, man. But the defense, and we've said this before, and I think most coaches, most players agree that defense is effort, and the defensive effort last night was awful.
Defensive rebounding, right? That's effort. Yeah.
And I don't know when you talk about the effort not being there. Look, you've already lost to Iona and Davidson and Memphis and Georgia and Missouri. You know, when you have one of these games that sneaks up and you kind of hit a wall after playing great basketball for a month and a half, you can understand that, and then you can regroup. But you can't have this happening all of the time. This team is way too inconsistent. They've been way too inconsistent all year. That's one of the reasons that I think you just can't trust them. People that believe they're going to make a Sweet 16 run. To me, Alabama now, I don't know where the projection is on the seeding. I think they're going to end up being a 6. And that 6-11 matchup, the 11 they play will be a better team than Texas A&M.
Oh, heck yeah. Well, the 12 they were going to play in a 5-12 was probably going to be better than A&M. I mean, A&M's not a tournament team.
Yeah, right. And usually a 12 or an 11 is going to be a group of 5 conference champion.
Yeah, like for instance, a lot of people have North Carolina playing in for that 12, right? North Carolina's better than A&M right now.
Yes. No, but you'd love to have a name brand 11 or 12 that you're playing.
Much more than I would be at Davidson or at Chattanooga.
You
or
don't want to
like
play that 11 that's also going to be playing in the 18 or the 16 round.
Because what I believe about that North Carolina 12 seed is they're probably not even as good as a 12. They're on that 12 because it says North Carolina on the jersey.
That's exactly right.
If they probably North Carolina Greensboro, they would be
in the tournament.
They'd be a 15, right?
Exactly.
And outside of the defensive effort, when a team shoots 57% on your home court, you're typically going to lose that game. But you also have 19 turnovers. Just sloppy and careless.
Yeah, sloppy is the problem. JD in Huntsville joins our show. You can too, always. You can jump on 205-734-0923. JD, how you doing today, man?
Hey, guys, I'm good. It's the same thing that, Nate Oates is stubborn. When they're clicking, they're going to hit threes and they're going to get up, and it's going to be hard for teams to come back. But when they're not, and that's been more the case this year, they don't rely on their defense to force turnovers to get easy points. And the way to do that is switch up your defense. And if you're going to play man-to-man the whole game, you're never going to play a trapping zone. You're never going to double-team the ball out front. You're never going to do anything different except tell your guys to play harder. At some point, you realize this is who I've got. This is the team I've got, and this is what they're going to do. And some nights it's going to work, some nights it's not. If you're not going to do anything different except tell guys you got to play harder, this is what you're going to get, You're going to have a game like this, and you're going to get run, and it's all on the coach. I mean, I never like it when I hear a coach blaming the players, and I like Nate Oates. I think he's a really good coach, but he should start it off like, this is on me. And if he started it out that way and then described maybe how the game went, I could be okay with that. But just saying, my guys don't give any effort, well, do something different, coach, that might propel them to when you're trapping a team, you are forced to give more effort. But when you're sitting back, well, it is what it is. This is what's going to happen with this team. They could make a run or they could lose in the first round. And that's just who they are.
Yeah, and that is exactly who they are. I tell you, when Quentin Jackson and
Tyreek played great last night.
Yeah, but when he comes out like he did to start the second half, and you can't stop him. Listen, I don't want to take this to the streets or anything, but I mean,
you got to get a little physical.
At some point, one hard foul, just so he thinks when I'm running at him, I'm about to clock him again.
I don't think you've got that guy on this roster
that can throw a hard foul.
I just don't think you've got an edge guy.
Yeah, you need somebody to, when he's on his platform, to knock him off his platform one time. I know it's a non-contact sport, quote unquote, but you got to let him know when I'm coming out, I'm not in control of my body enough that I may clock you again the next time to where you're thinking about it every time I'm running at you.
I'll never forget it. Speaking of Sonny Smith, and again, listening to him last night, it's always a pleasure to listen to the old-timer do his color. But he was telling me about recruiting a player one time when he was at VCU, and he went to recruit the player, and the guy got in a fight during the game, and he got punched, and it knocked his teeth out. And he said the dude spit his teeth in the other guy's face, and he signed him. Sign him right there.
Sign him up right there.
You got to have that edge guy.
Yeah. All right. Can I defend Oates a little bit from some of the criticism our listeners have been giving him when we come back?
When we come back, part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at Simpio. If you need help in the HR or anything with your company, if you're just not happy with payroll, HR, benefits, blah, 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 blah. I got a friend who's starting a company. It's going to be a 2-person company. He said, listen, I listen to you all the time. I'm about to start a small business, me and one other person. Will Simpio do that for me? Yes, they will.
Hey, Simpio is one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast, and when your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. Simpio is going to take care of all the BS in every single office. Again, first call we made here on the next round was to Simpio because they are going to take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year. There's no annual contract. With that being said, 99% retention rate from our friends at Simpio. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467, or for more information, Simpio.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
If you missed Johnston RV Center's big Decatur and Coleman RV shows, don't worry. Johnston RV Center will continue the RV sale through Saturday, March 5th at both locations. Same great deals, huge selections to choose from, and special financing available. It is your time to buy now and save. And as always, a lifetime warranty on all new RVs. In Coleman, off I-65, exit 304, and in Decatur, just off exit 334. For more information, visit johnstonrvcenter.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNIP. That's 205-922-7647. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Back with you on TNR. Part of the show this morning being brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Brown's about to defend Nate Oates, and I'm not sure Nate Oates needs defending.
We got some criticism from some of our listeners and viewers. I just want to respond to that. Maybe not defend.
They've done a lot of great things this year, and still could do great things.
Yeah.
That's why it's a tournament. But we'll let Brown come
Tournament.
Brown representing the Nate Oates side of the argument coming up after LT tells us about this T-shirt competition. And again, we're not looking for a new logo. We're looking for, I'll give you an example. How about a summery next round feel so we can wear them on the beach or the pool in our T-shirt competition?
I mean, look, you want to collage sayings, something that refers to the show. I mean, there's a lot. Again, we're leaning on you guys for the creativity of the next round listeners and viewers. All you got to do is submit your shirt design and win right here on the next round. Go to nextroundlive.com. Design our next shirt. It is brought to you by New Life Art, bringing you those memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 or online, danielmooreart.com.
Glow stick that thing was the comment from yesterday. Glow stick
that thing. You like to do that. I don't have.
What about Scrog that nog?
Yeah. Was that from Scoggins earlier?
Scroggins Noggins.
Scroggins Noggins.
Dunaway yesterday also said, I don't want to die.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit my recliner.
I'm unlike you guys. I don't want to.
I don't want to die. I gave a good T-shirt idea to somebody that Brown got upset about.
It was a fantastic idea. I mean, I thought you had a good idea. I just thought we should have used it. Don't give it away.
Well, why can't we use it? Is it too late?
He's already given it to somebody. I mean, if that person hasn't followed through, I think we should use it. Especially if something else happens.
Don't know. Everything stays here until we don't use it, right?
Yeah. I mean, when he tells you the idea, now I don't know how many we could sell. That was the only thing when I said it was a good idea. I'm not certain how many of them we would
That's
sell.
why I had no problem.
Yeah, you didn't think that.
Trying to grease the tracks.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Now, Brown to the defense of the state versus Nate Oates.
So what is you said some of our listeners / viewers are criticizing him, haven't been happy with what he said.
So well, I think for him coming out, I mean, you heard, was it JD that just called in?
Well, now what I think our listeners / viewers were most upset about is you're complaining about players' effort. You're the head coach. It's on you to get effort, right?
Right, and you should have the ownership immediately when you sit down to the podium. Hey, look, tonight's on me. These guys didn't have effort. That's on me. It's my job to make sure they give maximum effort. And if guys aren't on the floor giving maximum effort, those guys aren't going to play.
Here's an example.
Okay, fire away, Jim.
RJ, who Alabama fan, listens to us from the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. He doesn't know how to motivate some of them, ? Oh, boy, that's a hell of a thing to admit.
Okay. Nick Saban is as good as they come, right?
He's pretty good. Pretty good track record.
If you look up motivator, he's as good as they come.
That's right. And by no means am I comparing Nick Saban's coaching ability and Nate Oates' coaching ability.
Are you going to tell Saban to take over this team in Tampa?
I don't even think Nate Oates would do that, right? Nate Oates would not want me comparing his coaching ability to Nick Saban's. I think Nate Oates is a good coach. He ain't Nick Saban.
It's blasphemous, yes.
So Nick Saban, we would all agree around the table here is the best that has come. 2010 Alabama football, that was exactly what happened. Exactly what happened, right? Nick Saban had a group of really talented guys. Actually, if you go look at that football roster, far better than this basketball roster. And Nick Saban couldn't quite.
It was different, though.
I don't think it was at all,
I think
Lance.
it was different.
How is it different?
I think because it was in spots. Again, this is happening way too much. And I know you play more games, but I'll give you the example. South Carolina was kind of shocking. You were at that game, Dunaway. That was a masterful game by Steven Garcia. It snuck up on Alabama. The LSU game, and y'all help me if I'm wrong on the 3 losses, the LSU game came down
It was a fourth down conversion, as I remember it, that LSU converted.
It was a back and forth game against a really good LSU team. And then in the
Les
Auburn,
Miles went for it on fourth down and did a sort of a reverse play that really was off script.
And then Alabama in the Iron Bowl came in prepared, man. They dominated that first half. In the breaks, the bounces, everything just went Auburn's way. It was Auburn's day. So
and it was Cam Newton was one of the greatest college players of all time.
No doubt. So I think we look back and you're like, damn, 3 losses for that talented Alabama team. It was like everything broke the wrong way in those 3 losses. They should have achieved more. I'll give you that. But this, to me, is totally different.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about necessarily outcome. I'm just talking about the inability sometimes to motivate players. Nick Saban struggled with that in the 2010 season. Seasons don't look necessarily alike.
I would also say, Brown, that team had accomplished, they'd set a goal, accomplished, won a national championship, did the payback to Florida in 2010, was sort of fat and happy off a championship. This
could be too.
This program is
SEC championship, SEC tournament championship last year.
Starving after how you lost in the tournament.
Should be, but that's what happens when it's difficult to motivate players. Alabama should have been starving.
That's what I'm. This Alabama team, this Alabama basketball team, though, them getting bounced in the Sweet 16 last year. There was much more on the table for that team. That team had potential to go a lot further.
Do not disagree.
And they did not do that. And that's why this group of guys should be hungrier than that 2010 football team.
I'm just saying it happened to Nick Saban in 2010. It's not like you're just a bad football coach or basketball coach because you struggle to figure out how to motivate a certain team. Now, if it's something that you can't do year after year after year after year, obviously it's an issue. Obviously it is. But in a one-off where, hey, look, I've tried everything I can. I just can't figure out how to motivate these guys. I don't think that's necessarily an indictment on you being a bad coach, as some people were kind of indicating.
I think Nate Oates is a hell of a coach. I don't think there's any doubt. I think this is just a bad moment, and this team just hasn't come together. And, again, way too many inconsistencies. I'm going to do a 3-and-out question on the fly, though. Alabama's sitting with 19 wins right now.
Yep.
They got to close the season at LSU, and then you go to Tampa for the tournament. Better chance Alabama doesn't get to 20 wins the entire season, or better chance they make a Sweet 16 run.
So they don't win another game, or they make a Sweet 16 run. Who are they going to catch in the tournament? Let's say they're the 5 seed. It's going to be somebody about like them.
Maybe Mississippi State or LSU or Mississippi State, Vanderbilt, Ole Miss.
I'd say better chance they don't win another game than they make a Sweet 16 run.
I would agree.
So you could see them not beating LSU Saturday or winning a game in
being
Tampa.
One and done in Tampa and then one and done in the tournament.
More than you can see them
winning two games in the tournament.
Winning 2 games in the tournament.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I think.
So you think better chance they would win 2 games in the Big Dance than.
No, I'm saying a better chance they don't win again this season than winning 2 games in the Big Dance.
Okay.
Yeah, just because you're going to be an underdog. Look, I think it's a coin flip against LSU. LSU will be favored in that game. Well, I'm saying it's a difficult game.
I think more people would say both of those things are going to happen. So give me one positive, one negative that I can choose either a positive or a negative, because both of those are negatives. I think a lot of this team's not going to win again.
It makes sense to you, right? I mean,
it makes sense to me. But I think if I'm disgruntled Alabama fan today, I'm saying both of those things are going to happen. We're not going to win another game this year, and we're not going to make it to the Sweet 16.
Here's the thing, though. Okay, so you're going to be underdogs against LSU. You're going to be favored against whoever you play in the first game in that SEC tournament. You're more than likely going to be favored in that first game in the NCAA tournament.
But if you're a 5 seed, you're getting a 4 seed in that second round, right? Is that the way it works? 5-4?
You're talking about
if you advance past the 5-12
NCAA tournament?
Yeah. You're playing whoever ends up on the back end of this 3-way tie at second.
I don't know how you guys are in McKinpom, and we can start crunching numbers and all that stuff. I don't see this team getting the 5. If they lose to LSU,
then if you're a 6 seed, you're getting a 3 seed in the next game. I mean, you're going to play a really good team, and it's not like being a 1 seed where you're going to get that 8-9 game where you might still be playing just an average team.
He's talking NCAA tournament. You're talking SEC.
No, I'm talking NCAA tournament.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're a 6 seed,
he's talking about that second game.
The second game of the NCAA tournament.
Okay. I thought you were talking SEC.
No, the one you have to win to get to the Sweet 16.
Okay. On your scenario, I don't think either one happens. If I'm disgruntled Alabama fan,
I don't either. That's why I was just asking what had a better chance. Look, I think Alabama is going to win another game or 2 going into the NCAA tournament. I think they probably win a game in the NCAA tournament. Don't see them getting to the Sweet 16.
We're seeing the Texas A&M celebration in Tuscaloosa in the locker room.
Kind of strange, but
I always wonder. You get a lot of celebrations these days. I always wonder the cleanup that goes on in visiting locker rooms now.
No, they don't do it.
You don't think the manager does it before he leaves? I mean, he may not clean up like.
I don't know. I mean, you're not going to get on your knees and towel that off, are you?
Well, that was my question. And Buzz there shirtless. My question is the carpet that is in these places sometimes. Is there carpet down on the floor? I thought
there's carpet on the floor.
I assume it's that kind of, it's okay if it gets wet.
I would think so. I think when you put the carpet down, you assume it's going to happen.
You've seen certain movies where they'll put out like the plastic layer if they're going to kill somebody, and then you just wrap them up.
Dexter, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I think they did it at Lethal Weapon 2.
Well, he always had, when he was going to kill somebody, it was always they have to check the floor, like, make sure there's no plastic wrapping, sir.
Don't you just go on and put the plastic wrapping on the floor if you think somebody's going to be celebrating?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, you would hope you don't have to do it when A&M comes to town.
Yeah.
If I'm hosting Kentucky, maybe.
I will tell you, midway through that second half, you could have gone on and rolled it out.
Listen, Alabama was quick to get Big Al's popcorn outfit out Ole Miss at halftime in the football season.
Casa Grande.
But I don't think they had the tarp on standby for Texas A&M to celebrate last night.
Did you? You were thinking about going.
I did
That's
not.
what happened.
Would it have put you over the top? Because I was reading Casa Grande this morning on AL.com that Red Panda was there and she wasn't at her best.
Yeah, she had a drop, didn't she? She broke some plates or something?
Well, his article started out, Red Panda was off her game Wednesday night.
I think Red Panda, as entertaining as Red Panda can be, and I've actually never seen Red Panda in person.
Oh, have you not?
Nope.
I've seen her a couple of times. First time I saw her was when we went out to see Texas and Alabama.
Yep, and you went to a Lakers game?
I went to Lakers-Clippers. It was a Clippers home game. I think I've told the story. I had no idea who Red Panda was, and I was blown away.
Yeah, better in person than on TV, Brent.
Well, do you think, though, it's possible the game has passed her by?
So she's the Tom Brady of
I think
unicycles, juggling and kicking.
I think I have seen a couple videos recently. Now, she had the whole COVID year where she didn't get a gig. But I think since then, and maybe she's just getting back in her game because she's just now back out on the road.
Remember somebody stole her tricycle,
Yeah,
right?
somebody stole her tricycle,
unicycle.
and a lot of people were unicycle, and a lot of people
pitched in
to get her another one.
A better one.
Yeah. But I think I've seen some videos recently where Red Panda has slipped a little bit.
You think her kid will be as good as she is?
Little Red.
Little Panda? I don't know.
Zach, come on, man. I mean, you can blame Oates for some things, but he doesn't bring those celebrations on. Everybody celebrates. I mean, this is what we do now because everybody's got a camera on their phone, and you're gonna put it on your social media. Everybody has a celebration. In the
I don't know if I
room.
celebrate against a 19-11 team.
Everybody celebrates
like that. I mean, it looks like they just advanced in the NCAA tournament.
Well, I mean, if you listen to,
did that
listen to the broadcast last night, it got them back into the conversation for the NCAA tournament. I have to pull up bracketology. I don't think Texas A&M.
They've got the same record as
close.
No, they're not.
They've got the same record. Now, obviously, they don't have those out of conference wins.
The numbers
I'm just
are
saying,
the same.
They've got the same overall record that Alabama does.
The numbers are the same.
I'll dig to. Let's see. Bama is now 25 in the net.
You won't find Texas A&M Corpus Christi anywhere on Alabama's schedule.
I'm trying to find.
That's why I don't understand why A&M was celebrating. Of course, they might have locked in the 10th seed of the SEC tournament.
Well, they're 57 in the net, which State is 56. So that's the category they're in, right there with State. I mean, it'll be a good NIT team. They're playing well right now.
Well, I think either one of those teams makes a run to the SEC championship game in Tampa, they can get in. Is that fair? I think if Mississippi State or A&M.
Oh, I don't know. State needed last night. I think if State had won last night, there was a path for them in Tampa to get in.
Here's Red Panda. Do we get a drop here? Is this why
I don't
you
know.
showed it
This
to
is
me,
gonna
Forrester?
Forrester is showing us video of Red Panda.
Red Panda last night.
She's got the bowls on the leg.
Man,
she's going to try. If you've never seen this, she's going to try to flip these and land them into her bowls on her head.
We got 3 bowls on her foot and right shin. Here we go.
While balancing on a unicycle, one-legged.
The flip.
Oh, wow.
Yes,
God, that's impressive.
Strong.
That is impressive.
I'm always confused. Red Panda has blue on, but, it's okay. Nice.
So you don't think...
Were those the loudest cheers of the night?
Uh-oh, he's throwing her more.
It's a little pressure from the dude working for Alabama that's got to throw her the bowls, right?
Oh, yeah. You want to make sure it's a good toss,
I mean,
right?
it's got to be chest high.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're stacking bowls on our right foot.
Is this the same video? Or are we...
It's the same video.
Oh, same video. Yeah, we've already seen this once. Okay.
I was going to be amazed again, right?
She did it again!
I think
How
it's
long
different.
is this
This is 4 stacked.
No, but what kind of balance do you have to do? She's just working that left leg.
Well,
4 stacked. Here we go.
I swear I think this is the same one.
Shut up, Brown.
Yeah! Yeah, she did it again.
How do you,
everybody.
How do you get good at that? How do you know this is going to be
I don't
my
know. That's a
calling?
good question.
A lot of times without friends. I bet there are things Rockstar is good at that.
Wow.
From when he was a kid.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Well, it's like we talk about. I mean, there's a lot of things Adam in the Garden of Eden did before anybody else ever did. And he was like, what just happened there? You know? You know what I'm saying?
Example.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Adam had a mill at one point, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. And then
The
later
aftermath.
on, whoa, what is coming out of me?
I
What
am
is
an
this?
Apple fan.
All right. Part of the show being brought to you today by our friends at the Birmingham Legion. Listen, later today, we've got a opportunity for you to join us back on all of our video platforms, not audio, just all of our video platforms this afternoon, 3 to 4 Central Time. We're going to do another Ask Us Anything hour where we sit around and just talk. It's a sort of a mixture of the mystery fifth hour and just you guys asking questions, and we'll talk about anything, any sports, any life, anything but politics. We probably won't get into that. But it's 3 to 4 Central Time today. We'll be at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, just off Grants Mill, I-459 Grants Mill exit. We'll be there 3 to 4 this afternoon. And during that hour, I've got a pair of VIP tickets, not just a pair of tickets, but a pair of VIP tickets to go watch the Birmingham Legion play in their first game of the season. That's March 13th, 4 o'clock, Protective Stadium. Now, tickets start at $7. I'll give you a chance to win a VIP pair this afternoon, but you can go ahead and lock in your tickets for just $7. All you have to do is go to bhmlegion.com, bhmlegion.com, and you can get your tickets there, secure your spot. National TV, want to show Birmingham off in a good light to the national TV audience, how we look with soccer and in that beautiful new stadium. Want it to look good on ESPN2. So get your tickets. Go support our soccer team, Birmingham Legion, Legion FC, in action against Tampa Bay, March 13th, Sunday afternoon, 4 o'clock. Get your tickets, bhmlegion.com. When we come back, big win for UAB, big win for Arkansas, and a couple of Coaches of the Year so awarded. All that's coming up next. Brandon Marcello at 10:25 this morning on The Next Round.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. If you missed Johnston RV Center's big Decatur and Coleman RV shows, don't worry. Johnston RV Center will continue the RV sale through Saturday, March 5th at both locations. Same great deals, huge selections to choose from, and special financing available. It is your time to buy now and save. And as always, a lifetime warranty on all new RVs. In Coleman, off I-65, exit 304, and in Decatur, just off exit 334. For more information, visit johnstonrvcenter.com.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
A lot of basketball reaction the first hour on Auburn's SEC championship and Alabama's loss at home to Texas A&M. Of course, next week is the SEC tournament. Tonight, though, Jack State starts their part of the ASUN tournament at home as the number one seed against Kennesaw State. 6 o'clock in that contest over there. Congratulations to Ray Harper. Ray Harper is the coach of the year in the ASUN, the Jack State head coach. Congratulations to him. Sanford starts the SoCon tournament Saturday against North Carolina Greensboro up in Asheville. And congratulations to Bucky McMillan. He's the Southern Conference Coach of the Year.
Heck of a turnaround, man. You got to give him credit for that.
So 2 guys with their Coach of the Year awards right there.
Hey, great deal at Nichols Outfitters right now while supplies last. Purchase any Christensen 30 caliber or smaller and get a free silencer with your purchase. Those of you that know, this can be a big savings with your gear. It will not last long, so hurry and see the guys with world-class service in guns, archery, and all things outdoor. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242, I-65 in Pelham.
All right. Auburn's women, by the way, Alabama's women beat Auburn's women yesterday. Alabama 8:30 tonight against Georgia at the women's SEC basketball tournament going on in Nashville. Big night last night for UAB. The men's side, Andy Kennedy's team on the road playing rival Southern Miss down in Hattiesburg. They get the 13-point win, but what is crucial here, guys, they get the double bye. They get the double bye in the Conference USA tournament. They lock that up. So that puts them out into the quarterfinals. So they're 3 wins away from going to the NCAA tournament.
And that's the only way they'll get in is to win it. A lot of people would say, well, you would want to be on the opposite bracket of North Texas so you don't have to face them to the championship game. I've never really believed that.
Right.
I mean,
you got to play them sooner or later.
You either have to play them or beat the team that was good enough to beat them. One or the
you
other,
beat
right?
them on their floor. You should have beat them on your floor. You're as good as North Texas. You're not scared of North Texas.
Yeah, and North Texas has been on a heater, so maybe it's a good time to catch them. I don't know. I mean, they look like the best team in that conference, but it's a good spot for Andy and UAB. He'll be on the show with us tomorrow, Andy will, at noon. And, look, they know it. They got to win their tournament to get in.
Yeah, I think either one of those teams, though, North Texas or UAB, dangerous teams. I mean, especially when you got a guy like Jordan Walker.
Yeah, so a good win for UAB last night. They've got the table set with the double bye happening there. A couple of other things going on in the world as far as the NFL is concerned, and we'll get back to basketball later in the show and Brandon Marcello talking college football. In the NFL, though, great quote from Malik Willis. He left Auburn, and he was asked yesterday at the Combine, when you left Auburn, when transferred to Auburn to go to Liberty, did you ever dream you would be sitting right here? And he said, no way. I thought I was just going to go play for 2 years and have fun, and then my football career would be over with. And now, after transferring Auburn, going to Liberty, he's going to be a first-round draft pick and a multi-millionaire.
Yep, he is going to be a multi-millionaire, and he could be the first quarterback off the board. I think it is fascinating to see, which team decides to go quarterback first. Could there be a guy that goes in the top 10? For a couple of months, there was the projection nobody was going to go in the top 10 when it came to quarterback. And now it looks like it's going to be Pickett or it's going to be Malik Willis that come off the board. And there could be as many as 3 quarterbacks when you add Matt Corral in there.
And we'll never know the answer to this. Do you think Malik Willis could have done this at Auburn, or is Hugh Freeze just that good with quarterbacks?
Well, he's got to. He would have been able to do it at Auburn, Brown. You can't
to this level. You think
you can't just be Hugh Freeze and that good of a coach to have a guy that's going to be in the NFL. If he has any success in the NFL, you've got to think he could have done it at Auburn, too.
You'd have to think, but that was what plagued Gus Malzahn his entire time at Auburn, is the knock that he was unable to develop quarterback.
But I go back, Nick Marshall was a really good quarterback.
He was.
They played for a national championship.
He was a defensive back.
To me, Malik Willis, watching him in 2020, was a better quarterback than Nick Marshall.
What I'm about to say, you can tell me if I'm wrong, this will be, if he has any kind of NFL career, this is a bigger miss on letting him get out of Auburn to go to Liberty than Justin Fields leaving Georgia to go to Ohio State.
Well, Georgia continued to win without Justin Fields.
Yeah, and Gus Malzahn got fired.
Yeah,
you kept looking for the quarterback, that could do it. And you had Bo, I guess, but this guy could go on to be in the NFL.
Yeah, no, I think the Auburn one's a bigger miss.
It seems like a bigger miss
I would
if
agree.
he does.
Malik Willis is a bigger miss than Justin Fields.
I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think any of these quarterbacks will be a long-time starter in the NFL. But if he does, I think this is a bigger miss than Justin Fields from Georgia to Ohio State.
I don't disagree with that.
But good for him. He's getting a chance, and he's going to make some money because he'll go in the first round. And a lot of people from Christian Ponder to E.J. Manuel at least got that first-round money to start with. May not have a Hall of Fame-type career. All right, when we come back, what's happening in college football? We'll run the table there and talk to Brandon Marcello. All still to come right here in the next round, which is brought to you in part today by our friends in the Farmfolio chat room.
If you're worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farmfolio show you how your investment can turn into cash-flowing farmland properties. See more at farmfolio.net.
Will Brown go next? The next round. Your home for the Bracket Challenge.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in Gabe Day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Way to Wellness. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Way to Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Way to Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on the Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Way to Wellness.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here we go, another hour of the show. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. All of the great people behind the glass includes Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford back there, and everybody here at Double Down Media. Glad to have you rolling into another live show, hour number 2. Thanks for being along with us. Coming up, an amazing recruiting stat in college football. But first, the headlines with basketball. Highlighting that, brought to you by our friends at Michelson, giving us a look back.
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you in 2022, make this call, 969-8100. It's a call I made almost 20 years ago. Find out if LASIK is right for you, if you wear the contacts, if you wear the contacts or the eyeglasses. This could be the year that you get rid of that. I wasted money on contacts and solutions for years. I now have 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the call that I made. Ask for Amy Toller. The Next Round sent you 969-8100. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
All 176 days away from week 0 of college football, but it is March, and that means basketball. And last night, Auburn got their third SEC championship in the last 4 years, 2 regular season, 1 tournament, 18-22 now with the regular season championship. It happened last night in overtime in Starkville after blowing a 19-point lead. Auburn gets a big game from Katie Johnson, scored 12 overtime points, the first 10 of overtime to secure the championship for Auburn. Here's Bruce Pearl.
Obviously, Katie took the game over. And again, I think that's a function of his ability, his courage, not afraid to fail, but also that, he hadn't played the whole game. He still had something left.
Yep, and he did, and Auburn's got something left, too. They finish up at home on Saturday, a chance to win their 18th straight at Auburn Arena, then off to Tampa. And then the NCAA tournament, they're still fighting for a 1 overall seed. Alabama, a loser at home to Texas A&M, 87-71, a blowout, a lot of turnovers, a lot of bad defense. Afterwards, dejected Jaden Shackelford talked about what's wrong with Alabama when they put that kind of performance on the floor.
I feel like, number one, we got to be a little tougher. We knew Texas A&M was a tough team, top 3 in the country, and turning people over. So we knew we had to be tougher in that aspect, taking care of the ball. But, just coming in with a better focus, we could have had a better everything leading into this game. And, we just got to be sharper, it's March now. It's time for us to, really hone in on what needs to be done going into every game. So I just feel like, we got to do better. And, I believe in our guys that we can learn from this and just bounce back and going into LSU.
Arkansas beat LSU last night, 77-76, and UAB with a big win, getting that double bye. Brownie?
We now know why our guy Kenny Pickett did not want his hand measured. You can only avoid it so long. They're going to do it at the NFL Combine, right?
4'8"? I'm kidding.
I had to look it up. I didn't know what a good
I think a good hand is like 9'8", maybe 9'10". What is he, like a 9'4", 9'5"?
So I found the last measurements that were done at the Combine, 2020. Joe Burrow, 9 inches. That was one of the smaller ones, actually.
I thought 9'2" was a good hand.
Justin Herbert, 10 inches.
Ooh.
Tua, I found this interesting. 10 inches left, 9 7/8 right. Got a slightly bigger left hand. Throws left hand. That's good.
Yeah, stretched that hand out all these years holding the balls.
Jordan Love. I'll never not be in 5th grade. Jordan Love, 10 4/8 inches. One of the bigger ones in the draft.
Looks like he's got big hands.
Kenny Pickett, 8.5 inches.
Oh, wow.
Smaller than Joe Burrow's.
I think it's literally in the 5th percentile.
Yeah.
It is.
At Jocks, we did ours.
We did.
And what they do, you put your hand down on this device and you spread it out.
And it's thumb to pinky, right?
And it's thumb to pinky.
Yep.
And I consider myself having very average hands, and I think I was 8'5", now that you bring that up.
8.5?
Yeah, 8.5. Yep.
Yeah, so you got Kenny Pickett hands.
Yeah.
They really should measure from
right, because that's where you hold the ball.
To bottom.
You're saying from bird finger to bottom of palm?
Yeah, because that's where you hold the ball.
Yeah.
And I think I heard one of the quarterbacks on the show, whether it was Boomer or Phil Simms, actually agree with you that that's where they should judge.
It should. That's where you get the control of the ball.
Yeah.
But, hey, I think 8.5 is going to affect him. I really do.
Because as we talked to our guy from Pro Football Focus yesterday, you play all your meaningful footballs until you get to the Super Bowl, which is rarely in inclement weather. But there's a lot of inclement weather in big games in the NFL. Rain, cold, snow, and Little Sweet is going to end up losing the football some of those games.
That's those
Jeff
are small.
Throwing the Little Sweet.
Little Sweet.
You guys tell me in the first round, teams that could take quarterbacks.
Pittsburgh?
I don't think Kenny Pickett is not going to – quarterback's not going to go in the first 5. Carolina at 6 could get interesting. I think they realize that Sam Darnold's not going to be their guy. There's no chance he's going to go 6. Denver was that first realistic possibility to me at number 9, and then Washington at number 11. But do you think now they take a different look and, hey, we can't really roll basically a top 10 pick on a guy that's got
I think I just want a stake is what I think just happened.
What was the stake again?
He has Kenny Pickett taking a playoff snap before the Buccaneers taking a playoff snap.
I think this could help me in this regard, though. Think about this. Tennessee is looking for their next quarterback. You saw it yesterday, right?
Winner. It's a winner.
Okay. Well, I love when you're that confident.
Small hands picking.
He may not get drafted. He may not even be in the NFL.
Tennessee at 26 could be a possibility. And again, I think Pittsburgh at 20 could be in the mix.
You rarely come back from small hands at quarterback.
Well, I mean, don't you remember, though?
Look at Joe Burrows. Too small.
Too small, 9 inches. On the flip side of that, I remember Buffalo drafting E.J. Manuel because of the hand size, because they play in some inclement weather a lot up there. And how did that work out?
I don't know about you guys, but Kenny Pickett played in Pittsburgh.
He did.
He did.
In the same weather the Steelers play in, right?
Right.
How many December games did they play in Pittsburgh? Zero.
Through November, the same.
Zero.
Through November.
It's cold in November in Pittsburgh.
It's still pretty cold.
Yeah.
Now, Tua's had some struggles with ball security, and I just read you his hand size. I mean, it is a concern. It really is a concern.
Yep. All right, so that's Kenny Pickett's hand size, an update for you there, brought to you by Rockstar's Guy.
My guy is Adam Mestre there, Dunaway.
Yes.
Did you know that Adam's a third-generation realtor? He's born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Big hands. All right, now to a college football thing that we've told you about for years, the top 4 states when it comes to recruiting. But Morgan Mariotti of Bleacher Report has given you the top 10 recruiting states where the most talent is coming up in this upcoming cycle, 2023. You know, the Arch Manning class, if you want to call it that way. The top 10 states where the most and best, highest rated recruits, according to the 24/7 composite rankings, are. Top 10 states. All right, here we go. Number 10, the state of Michigan. You don't really think of Michigan as a big hotbed of recruiting, but number 10 is them right there. 7 blue chip recruits, 1 5-star, 6 4-stars, 2 top 200 more players other than that.
Michigan's traditionally put out a lot of big players, though.
I think the 8 of these are easy, and then I think there's 2 that are going to be difficult.
Number 9, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, again, they've traditionally put out a lot of good football players. That's one reason you see Michigan and Penn State be able to be good. They're in a recruiting hotbed.
No 5-stars, 9 4-stars.
And again, another reason that I brought up James Franklin should completely own that state.
Number 8, Missouri.
Surprising.
That is very surprising.
1 5-star, 6 4-stars.
That's good. Who was the receiver that came out of Missouri? He was a big-time recruit, and it was one of the first 5-stars they'd had in a while.
Oh, it was, oh, my God. He was really good for Missouri.
Yeah, he was. I can't say his name right now.
I can't either.
To save my life. But you remember that. He was like the first 5-star they'd had in a number of years.
Yep. Number 7, the state of North Carolina.
Another surprise to me a little bit.
Yep.
1 5-star, 6 4-stars. Number 6.
Dorial Green Beckham, by the way, was the name we were trying to think of. Sorry, go ahead.
Number 6, no surprise here, the state of Louisiana.
Yep. Always
I
packed.
thought they'd be in the top 5.
Yep, always packed.
Arch Manning, and then 6 4-stars.
Arch Manning and the others.
Yep. Number 5, the state of Alabama.
I figured they'd be a top 8.
This is not per capita, right? This is just total players.
This is total. 1 5-star, 6 4-stars.
I'm going to guess, because Bama's number 5 here? Alabama's number 5?
The state of Alabama's number 5, but I mean, just don't blow past that fact that the 4 that we're about to tell you are always the top 4 in differing orders, but that of all the other states in the union,
impressive.
Not per capita, the state of Alabama. So that means Nick Saban and Brian Harsin, Bill Clark, they can stay at home for some talent in the 2023 class, and you've already seen that happen a little bit with the Alabama recruiting class. Some of this is at Thompson High School, by the way.
Well, yeah, a lot of this is at Thompson High School. But I was going to say, because I know the 4 states that you're about to say, per capita, look what Alabama does. I mean, we are not even in the discussion population-wise with the states you're about to read.
And keep in mind that you have a lot of people. The country is changing. People are moving out of the Midwest or out of the Midwestern northern states and out of the Northeast and moving south. People are moving south.
And there's been a massive migration from California to Texas, which that's from one talent-rich state to another. Now, I don't know how many of those are actual players, but some odds tell you some of them might be.
Number 4 overall, used to be number 1 all the time. Number 4 overall, the state of California. But you still, to show you the gap between Alabama and California, 5 5-stars and 19 4-stars.
And Alabama was what?
And let me just back up for you. Alabama was 1 5-star, 6 4-stars, 7 blue, and they're 5th. Then you go to California, 24 blue chip recruits, 5 5-stars, 19 4-stars. So even though Alabama's 5th and California is 4th, doesn't look a lot on paper, but when you delve into the numbers like Morgan did here, you still can get all you need in California.
You can. But again, now California, 40 million people, Alabama, 5 million people.
Right.
So, I mean, when you start looking at it that way, it makes sense.
Well, and this is one of the reasons I think USC fans are excited about Lincoln Riley. I mean, you can absolutely own that state.
Number 3 on this list, and it's only been growing, it is Georgia. And they at one point, it was always California, Texas, Florida, California, Texas, Florida. And then we started telling you about 12 years ago, Luganville was
the first guy I remember saying it.
Yeah, said, hey, Georgia is coming on with high school football and recruits. 32 blue chip recruits, 2 5s, 34 stars in Georgia.
Yeah, because I remember one of the first years Georgia was really high. We brought it up to Luganville, and he said, guys, I'm already looking at juniors and sophomores. The state of Georgia is about to explode in talent.
Is Atlanta half of Georgia's population, you think?
What is Atlanta, 4 million?
Man, I would say, maybe even more than half. How many of those recruits you think come from Atlanta?
A lot. But, you down south in Georgia, like the Valdosta area, Thomasville, I mean, it's always Georgia's 10.5 million people. So, Atlanta's roughly half that, I guess.
About half. I'm looking at Warner Robins
Atlanta's,
here.
Well, that's Metro.
And a couple other areas around.
Yeah, that's down south, though. I mean, that down south now, Metro Atlanta's 5.8, so, it's half of Georgia.
Number 2, Texas. No excuse.
Nope.
But now,
Georgia, they just logged the number 1 recruiting class in that state.
You do have a lot of teams going for those recruits.
You do. Well, you do everywhere. But in Georgia now, 32 blue chips. Texas, 52 blue chips.
Wow.
5 5-stars, 47 4-star recruits. And that leaves Florida, the state of Florida. 67 blue chips, 9 5-stars, 58 4-stars.
And all their programs are terrible.
And that's what I was about to say.
That's
That's what jumps out at you is Florida State is having the worst run of football we have seen in 40 years.
Yep.
Since Coach Bowden started, which was, more than 40 years ago. Florida is having the worst run we've seen since pre-Spurrier. Miami's having the worst. They're probably coming out of it a little bit, but they've been in the worst run we've seen since pre-Schnellenberger. I mean, this is amazing with that kind of talent that your 3 major programs have struggled like that.
Now, this is for the upcoming 2023 recruiting class. So it was a perfect time to change coaches at Florida and Miami and to bring in dog recruiters like Billy Napier and Mario Cristobal. So the table is set for them to have huge recruiting classes and change the footprint of their program at Florida and Miami.
They've got every opportunity, and then you back it up 1 to Texas. Now there's no excuses in year 2 for Sarkisian, and now year 5 for Jimbo Fisher.
That's right. So, and that's why Texas A&M coming off the number 1 recruiting class in the country. So the table are set for Texas A&M, Florida, Miami, maybe for Florida State to rebuild there. But, of course, in Texas and Florida, you have all the SEC schools who are going there trying to steal. Alabama has great success in Texas and Florida. Georgia has great success in Texas and Florida. LSU has great success in Texas and Florida.
But there's enough to go around. That's the crazy thing.
I'm like Tripp. I am shocked. Like, I wrote down 8. Like, Ohio to not be in the top 10 really surprised me.
It used to be, Lance. I mean, it's down a little bit, at least in this recruiting cycle, because Ohio used to always be up there.
Cleveland,
I know. It used to always be up there. Yeah.
It was a great place to get offensive linemen. Mark Stoops is really still farming that Ohio recruiting land and bringing them an opportunity to play in the SEC, working on the 3-star guys who maybe people have missed up in Ohio to pull them down. I just thought those were interesting numbers specifically for this upcoming recruiting class.
Another state you did not say, which has always puzzled me based on all the states that are south of them, is Tennessee. Like Georgia and Tennessee share a border. Alabama and Tennessee share a border. Mississippi's not on that list, but per capita. They put out a ton of players. Share a border. Tennessee's not that far from Louisiana. Why does Tennessee? Why have they struggled to do this? I wonder.
I don't know.
I mean, it's not. I mean, you can't. I don't know the answer to it. But I mean, they're never up here. Tennessee's not. And with a city like Nashville, the size of Nashville,
and then Memphis always was such a big recruiting.
I know.
You just wonder if high school football is falling off up there, or
I don't know,
surging like it was in the state of Georgia. I just thought it was interesting, and the fact that Alabama's 5 is good news for in-state and the people that recruit here, but also. The other states that are up there, if you're Alabama, Auburn, you make a killing in Georgia and Florida a lot anyway. So good news there in recruiting. Part of our show today being brought to you by our great friends with Bud Light. I don't know if you've tried it yet. It'll circle around behind us here in a second, but the Bud Light Next, LT and I enjoy them occasionally up here. 0 carbs and 80 calories. You can't beat that. You still get the 4% ABV. The same as a Bud Light anyway. So it works out really, really good if you're looking for something crisp and fresh. And they worked hard on this technology to get you the perfect drink for spring and summer. Easy on the golf course, easy at the pool or on the boat, easy at the beach as well. Nice, good-looking can. It's our Bud Light Next right here. You can try it out right now wherever you buy beer. When we come back, we've got Brandon Marcello standing by. We'll talk to Brandon a little bit about recruiting right there. He works for 24/7 and everything else going on in college football. BM is up next.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Have you had a pipe burst? A washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Back with you on the Next Round. Some of the video in the commercial break there was of our drive-ins. You can catch those in the mornings on our social media feeds and just stay up to date on all that stuff. We'll talk to Brandon Marcello in just a second. Next Round Live on Instagram, also on Twitter. You can find us on YouTube. Remember, all those places, either like, follow, or subscribe there. Johnston RV Center. The hotline, sponsored by them. Also, a great place for you to get your RVs to go out and explore America this summer.
That's right. They're extending that Decatur and Coleman RV show. Exit 334 off 65 in Decatur, 304 off 65 in Coleman. You can see everything at johnstonrvcenter.com. All the best prices, best rates, largest selection of the year, johnstonrvcenter.com. On the johnstonrvcenter.com hotline, we find our buddy Brandon Marcello, 24/7 Sports. He joins us now. What's up, Brandon? How are you?
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Not much. Brandon was exercising the basketball muscles last night at Arkansas. That was a fun atmosphere.
Yeah, I had a buddy come up and had an extra ticket, so I decided to join him. And listen, Bud Walton Arena's rocking again finally in Fayetteville. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has. Certainly, Musselman has injected some life back into that program. I want to start. We got a lot to talk to you about football-wise, but I do want to start with some of the proposals as it relates to rules. I just don't understand how college football people, Brandon, can miss the mark so much. You want to be worried about length of games. They're never going to cut commercial breaks back, and we would never either. But they want to try to shorten the actual playing time, and this misses the mark so badly. I just really don't understand how you even get to this discussion.
Yeah, I don't quite understand it either. I sit back and I think about like what are they trying to do with shortening the games? Like all I could think of is, maybe you could do something like where you see more and more with the NFL and other pro sports. You do commercials while the game's going on. You do a picture-in-picture type thing, but that would not be good. I don't understand it. I think we try to change things just for the sake of changing things, but also, we talk about TV and shortening things and our attention span and everything. But my whole thing is, listen, I'm not a baseball guy by any means, but football's not baseball. We're not trying to make football not boring, but they keep putting a lot of this stuff under the guise of player safety and all that, and length of games has really nothing to do with that. I don't even understand it. To be quite honest, I'm kind of just ignoring it.
No, I'm like you. I wait all year for football season. Let's don't rush through it. I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready for football.
I don't know. I'm ignoring this, almost thinking like it'll just go away. But I sometimes some of this stuff just comes up, and I'm like, maybe they've got too much time on their hands to be coming up with this stuff. Maybe they need to shorten their own attention span. Stop trying to change everything.
Brandon, I forgot who it was, but the other day somebody did an article and we went through it, and it was one program in each of the Power Fives that is declining. And Clemson got brought up. And look, watching Clemson last year, it didn't seem like the Clemson we have seen for almost a decade under Dabo, but they still won 10 games. And I don't know where you are. I know there's a lot of attrition when it comes to the coaching staff this year. So there are some question marks, but I'm one of those that believes Clemson will still figure this out. Do you think Clemson is going in the wrong direction?
I mean, the recruiting's still going great. They've still got the talent and the depth that you need to contend for a championship in the ACC. If you want to talk about decline, I do think Clemson is maybe a team that will not be in the playoff again. But, I mean, really, I guess that technically is a decline. But they're still going to be a team that's going to contend and win ACC championships practically every year. At least they should be. I think that what's really interesting to watch with Clemson is how they handle the transfer portal, because as you know, Dabo's been kind of reluctant to deal with that. But, he says he will deal with it more once the numbers make sense for them, because, they rely a lot on high school kids coming in. But, secondly, Miami is going to be coming on strong. I mean, they will. I mean, right now you might be sitting there thinking, now the waters are safe. But Miami's killing it recruiting-wise right now. They're killing it with hiring staff. And it's just a matter of time before they get that thing back on the right track because of just all the resources and the money they're throwing at everything at Miami now. But Clemson, unless I think that the narrative there, and I hate the word narrative, but the narrative there for a lot of people is that Dabo is reluctant to maybe change. And I've said this before, when Nick Saban has turnover on his staff or things start changing in college football around him, he's very apt to change himself. He challenges himself. He'll bring in new people to kind of challenge his way of thinking. And Dabo doesn't do that. He had all those staff changes, Tony Elliott, Brent Venables leaving. And what does he do? He hires within, brings guys up, and wants to continue to do things the same. Now, that's been successful for him, that style. But if you don't adapt in college football, you're going to die. But we'll see. I think that could work somewhere like like an Iowa, like Kirk Ferentz. Like, he's never going to change that offense. They're always going to have just subpar quarterback play. They're not going to have a big game-changing receiver, but yet they challenge and win 10 games a year. And Iowa's happy with that. They're happy with not taking that next step and being a playoff contender. I think Clemson, if you continue to go the way you're going and do things the way you want to while things start changing around you, then maybe you're in danger of, quote unquote, being in decline and sticking around like a 10-win season every year. But I don't see that. Clemson, the thing that's holding Clemson back right now is quarterback. I mean, DJ Uiagalelei just isn't what we all thought he was going to be, and I don't think he's going to be anywhere close to what we thought even this upcoming season with a year under his belt as a full-time starter. So to me, Clemson, until they fill out the quarterback spot, they're a team that's not going to, win a national championship again. They won't win one again until they get a new elite quarterback in there.
Brandon Marcello's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. A story you did earlier this week, 24/7 Sports. We talked about it. We started the playoffs in 2014, the most wins without a college football playoff appearance. And Wisconsin, Oklahoma State, Iowa, Utah, Penn State, Florida, Texas A&M of the Power 5 schools on that list. Which surprised you most on that list? Utah being in the mix there, or that Florida and Texas A&M's yet to make a college football playoff? Is there anything from your research there that surprised you?
Not necessarily, though. I mean, Utah being on that list did surprise me a little bit because I was like, they're very consistent, but they've had a couple of down years. But to me, in the immediate future, though, the teams that are going to have the strongest chance in the immediate future are Utah. I think Utah could very well do it this year because of where the Pac-12 is kind of in transition right now. And if Utah doesn't do it now, I don't think they will, for the next 4 to 5 years because of what USC is about to do. And with Oregon, I think Oregon's going to go down a little bit this year, but they're going to be back up in the next couple of years. But this is the time to strike for Utah. Meanwhile, Texas A&M, this isn't necessarily the time to strike for them, but here in 2 years is kind of their window. And I always talk about windows in college football for teams to get to that point, take that next step. And for A&M, I don't think it's 2022. I think it's 23 or 24 to get in the playoff. Utah, it's this year. It's 22. And then you look elsewhere across the country, those other teams like Wisconsin, it seems like every year is their year to break through, and they just don't do it. And again, I go back to quarterback. I mean, Wisconsin's just not the type of offense that is going to have a quarterback that's going to be a game breaker with a game-breaking receiver. And to win a national championship now and to win championships, you've got to have that. You got to have a elite quarterback with a game-breaker receiver or two, and that's just not Wisconsin. That's just not Iowa. But what they do in their system, it's good enough to win maybe 10 games, but you're just not going to be a playoff team. Another team, though, I mean, Oklahoma State, they're just so successful, but they've been down. They were down for a couple of years there, and now they're getting back up. But even when they're at their most successful, it's just you just wait for them to stub their toe, and they've done that. I mean, I think the closest we'll ever see Oklahoma State get to that point was 2011 when they were destined to get into the BCS championship, and then they go to Iowa State on a Friday night and lose a game that they were favored in, and you're like, well, what the heck happened there? And of course, they fall short. And then this past year, it was what it was. So, but the teams I have the most faith in are Utah and A&M. I think Utah, their windows this year, and for A&M, it's 23 or maybe 24.
You mentioned Oklahoma State. We were randomly talking about them the other day, Brandon, and Gundy's deal is so weird. What did we decide? Was that year 17? He's about to do year 17. He's been absolutely dominated by his biggest rival, and has only won one conference championship. It's weird that you get 17 years with both those facts.
Yeah, and it just seems like he does just enough to fall short of winning a title or beating OU. Yeah. And listen, when I went to Bedlam this year, I mean, that was the big thing among the fan base there. It's just like, why do we keep getting beat by OU? I mean, a year ago, they were beat badly. I mean, like halfway through the first quarter, it was just like bloodshed. And the fans there were just like, well, this is what Gundy does. This is what happens. Every coach kind of has that like weakness, that fans just assume, oh, well, this is the game. And for Oklahoma State, it's Bedlam and then also some weird road game every year that they're just going to lose. They assume there's going to probably be at least 2 losses on the schedule every year, and you can't be that that elite level if you do that and that expectation. And Gundy, he's a great coach. He's not an elite coach.
Who's got more pressure this year, Jimbo or Sark?
That's a good question.
It is so weird, Lance, that you asked that question. I was thinking that same exact question in the pre-show, but then I thought, well, if I ask that, everybody's going to say, well, it's Jimbo, obviously.
Yeah, but I don't know that it is because,
yeah.
The way Texas ended their season, and Texas should just be better than Texas A&M.
Maybe it is, maybe not Jimbo, but maybe it is Sark. But here's the thing. I mean, we were talking about this actually as a staff yesterday about Texas and whether they're going to be taking the next step forward this year. Their offensive line's still going to be bad this year. They haven't been able to get anybody out of the transfer portal to help them immediately. Their high school recruiting of the offensive line has been fantastic, but that's not going to help them for another couple years. I think there's one kid in that class that's probably going to start this year at right tackle, I think. But they're going to be bad again on the offensive line, and that was their issue. They're just not physical enough. I watched them in person when they played Arkansas, and they got pushed around like crazy, and that continued throughout the year. And that was what really hurt them late. Just because you're getting some really good skill players and some other transfers, doesn't mean you're going to win right away. That offensive line is going to be below average again, and I think Texas fans are going to be very frustrated because they're probably going to be like just above 500 this upcoming season, whereas they're probably expecting like in year 2 to maybe be a 9-win team. I just don't see that happening. Now, having said that, 2023, they should be a lot better. That should be a team, should be a team that's like winning 10 games or more. That's when the offensive line should start to figure itself out. But listen, it's as simple as that. That offensive line is just bad, and that's not going to be – you can't cover that up in college football. You just can't.
I know you spoke high of Mario Cristobal and Billy Napier's ability to recruit at Miami and Florida. We talked earlier about the 24/7 composite ranking of states and top recruits, and Florida's at the top of the list, and there's Texas, there's Georgia, there's California. At number 5, there's the state of Alabama. Scary for college football that Nick Saban doesn't really have to leave the state to recruit one of the better recruiting classes?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, yeah, you're exactly right, and it also makes me wonder about like Florida State a little bit. I was really high on Mike Norvell, but I'm like, if you're Florida State, Tallahassee, you got the I-10 corridor. You can be anywhere and be in an elite recruit's living room in a couple of hours just by car. And like you said, you go to Alabama, you go to Georgia, and of course you got the state of Florida there, and yet they're not like tearing it up as much as I think they should. And we're in a period here where I think Miami and Florida are going to be just absolutely going at each other's throats on the recruiting trail in the state there, and trying to shut off the walls of that state to programs like Georgia. Maybe not Alabama, but Georgia is really going to be their big competitor. I think they're going to start slowing down that run a little bit here the next few years, and they're going to be going at each other's throats. Meanwhile, I think Florida State might be on the outside looking in a little bit, trying to get involved in all that. But yeah, I mean, listen, anybody who gets the job or a job at one of those aforementioned schools, here in the Southeast, Alabama, Auburn, Georgia, Florida State, Florida, I would even say UCF to a certain extent now because they're going to the Big 12. You should have top 15 classes every single year. I mean, you just should. I mean, not to say it's easy, but it's much easier to recruit there than it is even obviously at Tennessee or South Carolina. And you're exactly right. You're the big dog, and obviously you're the GOAT with Nick Saban. I mean, goodness gracious. And here's the other thing, and you guys know this. This 2023 recruiting class in the state of Alabama might be the best that's been there in 15, 20 years.
Yeah.
For programs like Auburn that are struggling right now in recruiting, you got to be striking hot right now, because if you miss out on the best recruiting class in 20 years there, how do you rebound from that? How do you even, make inroads in the future? I mean, this is the time if you're Auburn to try and make some moves in that state, and it just doesn't seem to be happening. It just seems like, it's Alabama, and then, the only like new things we're seeing kind of as far as some movement is Miami and Florida starting to regain some traction, but even that's going to take a couple of years because you're not seeing the immediate returns on the recruiting trail. But trust me, Florida, because of that personnel staff they've got, and Miami because the staff Mario Cristobal has built, and also just because, hey, listen, Mario Cristobal doesn't sleep. I think I even read another article yesterday. He loves his Cuban coffee. I think he said he just straps that stuff to his back and he just sucks it down every day. That guy is a legitimate working machine. And I know everybody talks about that. Everybody works hard, but this guy, he doesn't just work hard. He demands it out of every coach. And they're getting after it down there, guys. Miami is going to be, I mean, if the output of their work somehow follows with the input of the players that they should be getting down there, I'm telling you, Miami in a couple of years, they're going to be scary.
He is Brandon Marcello, National College Football Reporter, 24/7 Sports. Follow him at bmarcello and see him at 247sports.com. Thank you, Brandon. Always great talking with you.
All right. See you guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, buddy. Take care. Brandon with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Miami right now, though, for the 2023 class, the much talked about class, still way early. We're just barely got the 2022 class to bed. Just 2 commitments. Both are 3-star guys. So they're not rocking the world yet, but setting the table for a big class to come. If you're wondering, by the way, 9 commits from Notre Dame for 2023 right now, with Marcus Freeman there, 1 5-star and 8 4-stars already. So an early lead for Notre Dame in the 2023 cycle that will go all the way to December and into February. But December is the big signing day, the early signing period. So a lot of time for flips and flops and more recruiting to happen. But Miami will come on strong eventually. And that's what Mario Cristobal does down at Miami. Always good catching up with Brandon Marcello. We'll get Rockstar's viewing menu coming up and what's still to come on the show after LT tells us about the great folks at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. We were just talking before the show about Charles Barkley's Final Pour. And if you don't know what Charles Barkley's Final Pour is, it's a bracket challenge with the folks at Redmont.
Yeah, it's that time of year again. Come party with Redmont Vodka for March Madness this year. The next round is partnering with Redmont Vodka to bring you the biggest March Madness ever. How do you enter? Well, first, you register. Go to redmontvodka.com/Final Pour. Second, on March 13th, link to Charles Barkley's Final Pour will be emailed to you. Third, all you got to do is submit your picks before the first game. Fourth, you'll share that you've submitted on your social media. Make sure you tag at Redmont Vodka in the next round. It is brought to you by Redmont Vodka. Live legendary responsibly, and the next round.
All right. When we come back, we will do Rockstar's viewing menu. Andy Burcham, play-by-play voice of the Auburn Tigers, at the top of the hour to talk about Auburn's SEC championship. And we've got some comments from you guys in the Farmfolio chat room over there. We'll get to that all next on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home. Only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
It's that time of year again. Come party with Redmont Vodka for March Madness. This year, the next round is partnering with Redmont Vodka to bring you the biggest March Madness ever. Step 1, register at redmontvodka.com/Final Pour. Step 2, March 13th, the link to Charles Barkley's Final Pour will be emailed to you. Step 3, submit your picks before the first game. And Step 4, share that you've submitted on your social media and make sure to tag at Redmont Vodka and at Next Round Live. It's all brought to you by Redmont Vodka. Live legendary responsibly. And the next round. If you missed Johnston RV Center's big Decatur and Coleman RV shows, don't worry. Johnston RV Center will continue the RV sale through Saturday, March 5th at both locations. Same great deals, huge selections to choose from, and special financing available. It is your time to buy now and save. And as always, a lifetime warranty on all new RVs. In Coleman, off I-65, exit 304, and in Decatur, just off exit 334. For more information, visit johnstonrvcenter.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get 2 sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've been on their program for only a few weeks now, and yet in that time frame, I've lost over 25 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me and the whole Next Round crew accountable along the way. Visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program, and then join us in our journey to healthy living, and you can sign up your whole office for the Way to Wellness Weight Loss Challenge at nextroundlive.com.
Later today, 3 to 4, we are live at Alfa Romeo Birmingham today, and you can watch it on our video stream, video platform only at YouTube, also on Twitter, and also over on Facebook. You can follow along, and we will do several things for the hour we're on, including take your questions about anything going on in the world, all that coming up. And a lot of fun. Our friends at Mortgage Right bringing you our show today. In part, it's time to reevaluate that mortgage, LT.
Yeah, if you're new to the housing market, you might be wondering when the best time is to buy a home. We'll wonder no longer, because with our friends at Mortgage Right, every day is the right day to purchase a new home. With locations nationwide, Mortgage Right, the perfect matchmaker to connect you with the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's team of skilled professionals, they've got the knowledge to move you in with confidence. Make your day better. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
All right. Also going on in the world, you have obviously the conflict going on in the Ukraine, where a big sell is about to happen in sports. Roman Abramovich is the owner of Chelsea FC. He is Russian, a Russian billionaire. He is friends with Putin, according to the English government, and they are trying to force him to sell Chelsea FC. He announced it yesterday. He's indeed going to do that to keep them from just taking it away from him.
Seems like the better option.
If you wonder about the price of a Premier League soccer team, it is expected to draw a price of $2.5 billion.
I was going to go $2 billion.
I'd call him a motivated seller, though, right? I think I can get a good deal. I don't know. You got to sell it. I mean, you're a Russian oligarch. I don't know if you've noticed.
Yesterday, the Germans captured one of the biggest yachts in the world and took it away from a Russian oligarch, your word. Oligarch, and just seized it, took it away from him. One of the biggest yachts in the world.
And then we had German pirates.
Yeah. It sucks to be Russian right now. You got a lot of stuff coming down on you just because you're your old boy Putin.
But Chelsea FC, I know our buddy Mike Rade is a fan, and a lot of local Premier fans of Chelsea, and they may have new ownership happening here pretty soon, trying to sell that team $2.5 billion. What would I get the Cowboys for?
More than that.
Yeah.
$5 billion probably.
I think they're the highest value team now in North America, along with the Yankees. I was going to bring up my man Sean McVay's girlfriend. His fiance is Ukrainian. I guess they're not going to have the wedding over there.
No, not in her neighborhood. No, not right now.
$6.92 billion for the Cowboys.
Wow.
According to a Google search, that's where $6.5 billion. Forbes says they value them at $6.5 billion.
Yeah.
And I think I remember Jerry Jones paid $500 million for them.
Yeah, less than $1 billion. Yeah,
less than $1 billion.
Yeah,
pretty good investment.
A lot less. All right, Rockstar's viewing menu. Every day is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art, where right now you can not only check out online all the paintings over the years that Daniel Moore has done, but you can also participate in our T-shirt competition.
Yeah, New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Also bringing you Submit Your Shirt Design and Win. Head to nextroundlive.com. Design our next shirt. Cannot wait to see some more, hopefully, submissions today. For more information on our friends at New Life, 1-800-735-2787 or online, danielmooreart.com.
You got three new things premiering tonight. On Hulu, The Dropout. You guys familiar with Elizabeth Holmes?
I know Katie Holmes.
Right, they're not related.
Elizabeth Holmes, was she the girl that got kidnapped that one time?
No, that's Elizabeth Smart.
Okay.
I'm going to guess it's somebody that dropped out of school.
No. She was the youngest female billionaire, and then she had an idea about blood work where you go to a pharmacy. She got Warren Buffett to invest. Like she was almost like she has a great idea, but it didn't come to fruition. Well, they're doing a series about it. Kate McKinnon was supposed to star in it, and then she dropped out of the Dropout. So they got what's her name, Amanda Seyfried.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Elizabeth Holmes also like altered her voice. She admired Steve Jobs so much that every time she did a presentation, she would just wear all black, a black pantsuit. She also lowered her voice to be like this, and people are like, Elizabeth does not talk like this.
Wow.
I mean, it's crazy.
That would have been good for Kate McKinnon.
Yep. So instead, you say that, Lance. Also on Peacock tonight, Joe vs. Carroll, the Tiger King versus Carol Baskin, the news show.
Dude, whoever the guy is playing Joe Exotic looks just like him.
And they got Kate McKinnon playing Carol Baskin.
I am out on that.
Yeah,
don't have Peacock, but I don't know what the influence. I know it was a huge thing. 2020.
2020, yeah.
And now it's 2 years later, and we're doing
the first 3 or 4 episodes.
Yeah, I never finished.
Fascinating.
Yeah, I never finished. It just jumped the shark.
I think Kate McKinnon is a great way to challenge your age thing because she. I don't think
Lance's?
I don't think she's as old.
I'm going to look it up
as she looks. Like
Lance,
she can look old
agree.
sometimes.
What's your official guess on Kate
My
McKinnon?
official guess on Kate McKinnon is, and I think her best role was in Yesterday. I would say that she is 38 years old.
She is 38 years old.
Wow.
Got him done away.
I mean, nailed it.
I mean,
we give him the 3 years either way.
Yeah,
but give me a month and day.
Walk off.
I mean, but honest to goodness, she looks at times. She looks really, really old. I would have guessed younger than 38. 38's a great guess. She does a skit.
I guess so.
Literally, it is her age.
SNL. She does a skit where her and a guest star and another girl is abducted onto an alien, and she has a different
She's smoking,
and she's got a different name, different experience, different name for her privates every time she says it.
That's where Ryan Gosling could not keep it straight. He started laughing his ass off.
Exactly.
And finally, HBO Max, you got the documentary Gaming Wall Street. You guys remember last year about the GameStop?
Oh, yeah.
This is all about that. I remember everybody wanted scripts for this. Like, this is probably the third or fourth thing I've seen on this story.
Yeah, that died quickly, though.
Yeah, but you're going to see movies coming out, too.
Usually the people that are getting gamed and set the rules, they're able to change the rules on you pretty quick.
Yeah.
That's why Rockstar's watching tonight. I don't think I'll watch any of those three.
I'll try you got to watch The Dropout. I don't know what it's called. There's an HBO documentary about it, which has inspired this, and it is fascinating to get Warren Buffett involved, and then the Clintons, who are not really involved in scandal at all. But the Clintons were involved.
They like to keep their name clean, don't they?
It's really interesting, though.
All right. Congratulations to Auburn basketball. They win the SEC regular season, at least a share of it. They'll try to lock it up at home coming up this weekend to win it outright. They haven't lost in 17 games. We'll talk to the guy who calls it, Andy Burcham, coming up. The show being brought to you, Brownie, by the great folks at Alabama Power. Spring storm's not far away. It's time to stay connected.
And you can get outage alerts. You get a text or email notification when you experience an outage at your home or place of business. If you're not there, you'll know. For more information, visit alabamapower.com/alerts.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor. My wife and I are getting the best sleep we've ever had. Ryan Brown here for the next round. We get it thanks to Sleep Outfitters. It's a truly customized experience. We went into the local Sleep Outfitters, answered just a few questions. In mere moments, they have us literally laying on mattresses, finding the best one for us. We picked the Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress, and we've never slept better. And right now, Sleep Outfitters President's Day sale went so well, they've extended it through the end of February. Get a free box spring with any Sealy Outfitters Posturepedic Plus spring mattress starting at just $229. That's up to a $350 value, yours free. Save up to $800 on adjustable mattress sets from Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster. With 0 interest on approved credit, Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster mattresses start at just $23 a month. Get free delivery and set up an incredible free gifts valued up to $300 with qualifying purchases. When you come to the extended President's Day sale now at your local Sleep Outfitters, find the one nearest you in Alabama at sleepoutfitters.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game and a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
2018, 2019, and now 2022, Bruce Pearl and Auburn basketball has won an SEC championship. A banner is going to go up in Auburn Arena. They'll finish up the regular season at home with a 17-game winning streak coming up this Saturday, and you can hear it on the Auburn Network. We'll talk to Andy Burcham in a second, but first, this hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's world-famous fried chicken. It's officially lunchtime in Alabaster right now, Highway 119. So if you're heading south or north on I-65, right off the exit there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, wonderful Mississippi Delta tamales, the chicken on a stick with the fried peppers and onions there, all the great sides and all the other great menu items. Check them out, champyschicken.com.
All right, Andy Burcham is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He joins us now. What is up, Andy? How are you?
Gentlemen, good morning. Hope you're doing well. It's a beautiful day on the plains today.
Doing quite well. You know, I gave the stat. Let me pull it back up. I gave the stat earlier because I want to credit Scott Scroggins on Twitter at ScrogginsNoggin.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
He's outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, he gives you every stat in the world.
Yes, he does.
I was blown away by this one, though. From 1933 to 2017, Auburn had done just what Dunaway said. that Auburn has now done since 2018. I mean, that's pretty remarkable to do the two regular season championships, a tournament championship, in that span of time when it took Auburn since 1933 to do it before Bruce Pearl got there.
Well, Auburn won an SEC championship in 1960 and did not win another SEC title, tournament or regular season, until the mid-'80s with the Charles Barkley team there in Birmingham that Sonny Smith was a coach for. Did it in 99 with Cliff Ellis as the coach, the Chris Porter team. And what Bruce Pearl has done since that 2018 team, he became the 10th SEC coach to win at least 3 regular season SEC titles. He did it at Tennessee in 2008. And he's the first Auburn coach ever to win more than one SEC regular season championship. So a lot of firsts since Bruce Pearl has come on the plains for the Tigers.
If Auburn was to blow that 19-point lead and go on and lose that game last night, one of the main reasons would have been Mississippi State and their ability to dominate on the glass. If you go back the last couple of games, Andy, Auburn's been out-rebounded 104-63. How much of a concern is that right now?
It is a concern, and just got back after taping Coach Pearl's TV show, and he brought it up. There's no overlooking the fact that in the last 2 games, and both road games at Tennessee and at Mississippi State, Auburn has not only been out-rebounded, they've been out-rebounded overwhelmingly in those games. And at Tennessee, a good portion of that came on the offensive glass, and that's a concern for this Auburn team as you get ready now for the final regular season game Saturday at noon, and then it's on to the tournament, the SEC tournament down in Tampa, and then who knows where Auburn goes, what seed Auburn will be in an NCAA tournament. That's something that Auburn, I don't know if they can completely turn it around, but they've got it. It's certainly something that they will address and try to get much better at on the glass, because you're about to face teams game in and game out from now on that know that of late that's been a bit of a concern for the Tigers. And Tennessee, and then last night with Mississippi State, and somehow Auburn survived getting beat on the glass last night. And came away with that win against the State in Starkville in overtime.
Andy Burcham is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, and I feel like I should point this out that because we have so many passionate Auburn fans who watch us, that is not a live shot of Auburn Arena. You're not missing anything in the arena right now. But that place has been so special. 17 straight wins, unbeaten this year. You finish up at home this week. I know when they built the place, it was going to be an improvement. But did you guys ever dream it would turn into the atmosphere that it has turned in? I mean, we had Jay Billis on, we've had Reese Davis on, we've had Seth Greenberg on. They all say it is as good, if not better, than anywhere else in the country. Did you ever dream that would be the atmosphere?
Well, it's what it was designed for. Whether Auburn ever had teams that would generate the fan support was the big question. And during the Tony Barbie era, it was never a factor. And for the first 3 years that Bruce Pearl was here, it wasn't much of a factor. But Bruce Pearl at his press conference, when he was announced, he said, you better get your tickets now because they're going to be hard to come by one day. And that was prophetic by BP. And now it's easier to go on the road and get tickets for an Auburn basketball game than it is for home games, which is remarkable. And Auburn, guys, I don't know, Auburn took at least 3 or 4 busloads of fans to the game last night in Starkville. I mean, there were times in the game, it was hard to, if you were just listening to the game, it was hard to tell whether Auburn was at home or on the road last night. That's how many Auburn fans were there. It has turned into a remarkable home court advantage with the jungle, and we're on the side with the Auburn student section right behind us. And it's a remarkable atmosphere. Guys, for 31 years, I did Auburn women's basketball and covered some outstanding teams. And in those 31 years, I called one game at Auburn where it was a sellout. One. And that was back in 2009 at Beardy's Coliseum against Tennessee. And I have to remind myself when I go into that arena now, and it will be Neville Arena by the time that Auburn plays there on Saturday, I can't take for granted what it's like to call a game in front of an atmosphere like we have now at Auburn. I don't ever want to take that for granted because it's been remarkable. You know, a year ago, it wasn't there. We didn't have fans hardly at games because of COVID. And this year they've come back and they've been treated to a remarkable season.
And not only that, Andy has gotten to meet some fans on the road too. Some students from other schools on the road.
we're
up close and personal.
Yes.
We're trying to get that rule changed, Andy. We're always the opposite side of the student section. That's for the visiting radios.
Yes, the Andy Burcham rule, we'll call it. Yes. I want to touch on something you and Lance were talking about with the rebounding. Kessler is wearing that sleeve on his shoulder, and I don't know that Coach Pearl addressed it with you or has addressed it that I have seen. What percentage do you think Kessler is right now? He doesn't seem to be 100.
Yeah, I don't know the answer. I couldn't give you a number. Apparently it happened when he took a spill in the Tennessee game last Saturday and really didn't realize it coming out. And when Auburn was at shoot around yesterday, I didn't notice him wearing that neoprene sleeve on the shoulder. We were told it was done as a precaution. I think there's something to his left shoulder. How much it inhibits his play right now, I just don't know at this point. I think there is some discomfort there. Exactly what the problem is, I haven't been told yet. I'm going to try and track that down before Auburn plays on Saturday. But it's a concern because you're about to get into a situation where when Auburn goes to Tampa, you could be playing 3 games in 3 days. And in the NCAA tournament, you're playing 2 games in 3 days in the first 2 rounds and beyond. So that's something I'm sure that Auburn's athletic trainer, Clark Pearson, and the medical staff are certainly looking at this point for Walker.
Jabari Smith, another great game last night. And most people believe he's going to go number 1 overall. And who knows? I mean, look, you mentioned Charles Barkley, by far the greatest player in Auburn basketball history. Jabari could end up being that guy. We have no idea. But as you call his games and know this is that 1 year you get to call him, right, how hard is it not to take for granted being able to watch that guy night in, night out?
Well, and he's so clutch. He doesn't mind taking the big shot for Auburn. He scored 27 last night. And it's remarkable what he can do because he shoots the 3 very, very well. He can post you up on the low post. He can shoot the fadeaway. He can take it to the basket. He plays good defense. He's a good rebounder. He really is the overall package. And I don't know, he's a lottery pick for sure. I hope he's the number 1 pick. I watch him a lot before a ball game and just how he goes about his business. And I don't think there's any question that he and his father have a plan in how he goes about his work. But it is, as a true freshman, it's hard sometimes to forget that he was in high school last year. He doesn't play like a true freshman. And there have been times, down the stretch of this season where it's been Jabari and that's about it from an offensive scoring. I mean, he has been the most consistent scorer on this Auburn team. And a couple times I've reminded fans during the game, and I'm reminding myself of this as well, enjoy this guy while you've got him because he's a one-and-doner for sure at Auburn.
Back in the 90s, if Casey Dunn hadn't got hurt, I think Auburn wins a baseball World Series with that team that goes out to Omaha. Brandon Cox was underappreciated. I know the personalities aren't the same, but my goodness, KD Johnson, when he turns it on, you get lost with all the stars that are on this Auburn team, and then there's KD Johnson who can go out and score 10 in overtime to start the overtime last night. He seems to be just waiting to be that spark plug when you get to the dance.
Well, he did it at Missouri. He went on a 5-0 run in the last minute in that 1-point win at Missouri. Old-fashioned 3-point play and a driving basket. And then last night, and it was Sonny Smith was sitting to my right, and right before KD Johnson drove to the basket in overtime and gave Auburn the lead. And remember, KD had 2 points in the first half.
Yeah.
That was it. He didn't score in the second half. And Sonny said Auburn needs to get the ball to KD Johnson in overtime. And immediately, KD got the ball to the right wing and drove to the basket, gave Auburn the lead, came down the next time and hit the 3-pointer that gave Auburn a 4-point lead, then got a 3-point basket, a conventional 3-point play. It was so prophetic of Sonny. And KD, he's just that guy. He has supreme confidence, perhaps sometimes too much confidence in his ability. But last night, boy, did it pay off. He scored 12 points, and 10 of those came in the overtime period.
Yeah, amazing. Sonny Smith and officials. When the officials run by your broadcast area, do they ever glance at Sonny and threaten to tee him up during the broadcast? He rides them.
No, but they love him, though, when before the game. They come over, and everybody comes over and gives him a handshake or a fist pump or whatever. And here's the one thing that Sonny doesn't do. He doesn't call officials out by name.
Yeah.
Right? He's on them a little bit. Rod, when Rod was with us, Sonny always laughs because Rod always had a hand on the mixer on Sonny's microphone. I haven't done that yet. Haven't had to do that yet. But, as Auburn fans say, Sonny is a national treasure. To be sure.
He really is. He doesn't call him out by name, but I forget which game it was. We were driving back from Alabama's national championship game. It may have been Auburn, Alabama,
in Tuscaloosa.
And we're listening, and he called out. I'm not, that one official who's standing by the circle, and then he called out the name of the other two guys, I think. He didn't call out the name, but he called out the other two guys.
Process of elimination.
He's a blast. Yeah.
It's always fun talking to you, Andy. Noon tip, Auburn, South Carolina, final game of the season at Auburn Arena Saturday. So go enjoy that game. Listen to Andy and Sonny. Brad Law, Calhoun County great. If you can't get down there, well, us Calhoun County guys got to stay together. Thank you, Andy. It's always a blast.
My pleasure, guys. Have a great day. Thank you.
All right, buddy. Take care. Andy Burcham, voice of the Auburn Tigers on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
A real interesting thing that it means nothing to anybody else, but Andy's such a nice guy, and he has joined us to do different things over the years. But when we left our last job and moved to do this, I was texting a bunch of people, just thanking them for their support over the years. And I texted Andy, hey, Andy, thank you for all the times coming on our show, short notice sometimes, blah, 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 blah. We really appreciate it. Look forward to working to you in the future. And he was very nice and just said, good luck on what you're doing, blah, blah, blah. I did a podcast in the summer before we started back with Andy, and Andy said, hey, I just want to remind you, I appreciate the text and everything, but you never once had me on your show.
And I argued with them.
I think you told us that.
And I was like, there's no way we didn't have Andy on. He goes, Andy swears we didn't.
And I argued with him in. I was like, Andy, we did have you on the show. No, not one time.
I don't think we did.
Not one time.
That is on us.
And I was like, on your reach outs, did anybody ghost you?
A couple people. But it was I was like, that's not true, Andy.
Yeah.
He's like,
I argued with Andy. He's like, I think I would know.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's always good to catch up with our friends there. And Chris Stewart, who does it for Alabama basketball, is podcasted right now at Next Round Live. Still relevant even after the loss. We talked to him before the loss, and you can get that part of our Jimmy Buckets podcast brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration. His definition and description there of Auburn Arena is 100% right. And I've got friends who took Bruce at his word at the news conference and brought 4 season tickets, and they are easy sells when they don't want to go to the game on the secondary market. Easy sells, and final chance to see them at home this weekend at Auburn Arena. That place is turned in to a magical place that, Ole Miss followed suit and built one, off of that model. They think a little bit better. Alabama's about to build one smaller and off of those 2 models and others. Texas is building one smaller. TV is TV money is the money you build your program off of, not the gate anymore. So in basketball, and I think moving forward in football, anytime you build new, I think it's going to be about coziness, fan experience, and not size anymore.
Well, you went to Rupp Arena in its heyday in the Patino years.
Yeah.
Rupp then and Auburn Arena now.
Oh, Auburn Arena, not even close, just from the size. And at Kentucky, it is a great atmosphere. But it's a great atmosphere because it's Rupp Arena, it's Kentucky, it's 23,000 fans. It is not a zoo.
I think Bud Walton on the good nights is a zoo.
Yeah. The zoo atmosphere, like the Auburn Arena, Cameron Indoor, where, you can't hear yourself think, and you feel like you're having to dribble around fans to get to a spot to take a shot, and you don't get that at Rupp Arena. Rupp Arena is spacious in places, and you don't feel like people are right on top of you. But it's a cathedral on television. I was disappointed. Typical Jim. First time ever to see Rupp Arena. It's connected to a mall. I mean, it looks crappy on the outside. It doesn't look like a pristine.
Yeah, I've only seen the outside.
I don't want to sound like Dunaway here, but the first time I was ever in Lexington, we rode past Rupp Arena, and I literally said, "That's it."
Yep.
That's Rupp Arena?
Like a big brown box.
Yeah, you described it as a cathedral of basketball. I expected something cathedral-ish.
Just older. I mean, you go by Madison Square Garden on the outside, too.
Yeah. You're right.
But in fairness, I've seen Madison Square Garden aerials before, in the NBA or big fights or anything like that. I sort of know what Madison Square Garden looks like from the outside.
I never knew Rupp, yeah.
And it's so ugly, you never see an aerial of Rupp Arena. It is butt ugly on the outside.
I think they redid the outside, though, recently in a project, if I'm not mistaken.
But to your point, it was built in a time where, for whatever reason, probably cost, they did not want any windows.
Nope.
No windows, no glass, nothing on the outside so you could see in.
We got some slight breaking news. It's good news, though.
Good breaking news after LT tells us about our friends at Precision Sports.
Hey, does your shoulder hurt after exercising? Are you feeling that sharp pain in the shoulder doing the spring cleaning? Well, our friends at Precision Sports Medicine Orthopedics, they're here to help you. They've got 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make the appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
To my knowledge, this is the first league, conference, sport of any sort to do this. The NFL and the NFLPA today have announced that they've agreed to suspend all COVID-19 protocols immediately. No more testing, no more masks, no more players sitting out, completely 100% back to normal. So whatever normal was pre-COVID, that's what it is back to now in the NFL.
Yeah, I think it's getting there everywhere. I had to go to the hospital yesterday. Walking into the hospital, going before, you would have to get checked, temperature, everything. Just a couple of days ago, now there's nothing.
But do you know, and Tom Pelissero points this out, and this is remarkable. People bash Roger Goodell for a lot of things. In the 2 years of pandemic, quote unquote, they did not miss a single game. 0 games missed. And, man, let me tell you what, that was not easy.
Yeah, I think that shows you how much money's involved.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt it's about the money, but, man, they had to thread some needles to get those games
look,
in.
I mean, the Rams played on a Tuesday night.
I know.
The Sunday game was originally scheduled, was played on a Tuesday night against Seahawks.
I remember watching a Wednesday afternoon game. It was like Steelers and Browns, I want to say, like playing on a random Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah, but I didn't hate it. Did you?
Oh, no, it was a Wednesday afternoon NFL game. I was all about it.
I didn't hate it.
Yeah.
So congrats to Roger and the NFL for never missing a game through 2 years of protocol and everything, but it is now over with. The COVID-19 protocols done immediately now with the National Football League. And hopefully that continues to spread everywhere. But please dispose of your mask, smartly and appropriately.
Like in a trash can?
Put in the parking lot?
Because yesterday I was on a run through Spain Park, and on the side of the road up there, I passed, no joke, 3 different masks that were just laying and blowing through parking lot and up in the wind. So as we come out of the mask era in the world, dispose of those things.
You came across Ladybird too, right?
I came across Ladybird in the park yesterday, and the roommate. And Ladybird, I'll tell you, he brags on his dog a lot, but let me brag on her for a second. While the roommate and I were talking, Ladybird went down into the woods. It's by a ballpark, and found a waterlogged baseball and brought it back up and set it on the hill, went back down in there. And while Marianne and I were talking, 3 different balls brought it and just set them on the hill.
Really?
I mean, she should just spend Saturdays in the park and save the little leaguers a lot of balls.
Unless she books Brown to tea time, he ain't going to be impressed. Or makes him a steak sandwich.
8:05. All right.
She books Brown at tea time. He ain't going to be impressed.
Poll questions out there, Cowan Equipment. They bring it to you every day. Tell us about Cowan Equipment, LT.
Our friends at Cowan Equipment, they partner day one, and we always appreciate all the work they do, but they are also would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, Cowan.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Don't forget, live today, 3 to 4 Central Time on our video platform only, not audio. Special 1-hour get-together, porch talk, that we'll all be sitting around, the 4 of us, just chatting and answering your questions. You can join us in the chat rooms on the video platforms or also right there on Twitter at Next Round Live. Part of our show being brought to you today by our man, Dr. B.
Yes, look, over the past year, I have noticed a little hair loss there, something that happens with age. I asked around, everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. He is the best. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. I went in last week for my consultation with Dr. B, was blown away by all the options available. He even did genetic testing on me to determine the best treatment for me personally. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce the quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He uses that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or online at t3hair.net.
By the way, we were talking hand size earlier with Kenny Pickett at 8.5, 8.5. For Treylon Burks, according to Daniel Jeremiah, the receiver from Arkansas, 9 7/8. 9 7/8. Almost 10 inches.
The thing that surprised me the most about him, I don't know how big you guys thought he was.
I thought he was 6'3". He's listed at 6'2".
6'2". I thought he plays a lot bigger than that. I thought he would be bigger than 6'2", Treylon Burks. I really like him, though.
I do, too. And
he was not one of the ones DJ included, though, in that group of the top 6. He seems like a pretty good receiver.
But I think when we go 7 deep, possibly going in the first round, he is that guy. And look, and I think he'll show out in Indy.
Yeah, and I think he has started that with his measurements, and he will do that with his speed. Tripp says at Next Round Live, I love LT's guy, Drake London, but I would take Treylon Burks as the first wide receiver, has a super high ceiling. Can't wait to see his 40 time.
Yeah, to me, I mean, Drake London is just, he's out of this world when you're talking about was really the only go-to option with no running game to speak of, not great quarterback play this year.
Yeah, John Mechie yesterday saying he expects Ja'Cory Brooks to be the next young star receiver. Left behind in Tuscaloosa. Auburn announcing their A-Day yesterday, April 9th, 1 p.m. kick down at Jordan-Hare Stadium. That gets us to trash, ready to crank it up as soon as Rockstar hits the big button.
Do y'all usually start before 8 o'clock with a chainsaw?
What time is it, sir?
Well, it's after 8 now. You guys started firing it up at 7:55.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right.
The best
Mortgages done the right way.
The double fire up at Den Brown's giggle. Hey, everybody knows money does not grow on trees. That doesn't mean it isn't growing beneath the floorboards of your house. With a cash-out refinance, you can use your home for whatever requires funding in your future. All you need is that home equity to back it up. Mortgage Right's team of experts, they are standing by to offer you a free home health checkup. Head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Did you guys know we have a bounty now on Vladimir Putin?
Yeah, he'll be easy to get to. I guess you hope that's an inside job, right? That some Russian, high up Russian takes him out.
Is it dog?
This is from Newsweek. A U.S.-based Russian businessman is now offering $1 million to any military officer who apprehends Russian President Vladimir Putin, dead or alive, for committing war crimes in his invasion of Ukraine. Alex Kanokin, an entrepreneur and former banker, posted the bounty on social media as Russia enters full week of military action against a neighboring country. I'm going to say old Alex has lost quite a bit of money in this melee, right?
I would think so.
Yep. I thought you were going to tell me it was going to be Mattress Mac or whoever it is that bets all that Super Bowl money. He put a $4.5 million bounty on Putin's head.
Hey, but no doubt. I mean, seriously, though, this is, when you start dropping those economic sanctions like the world has on Russia, there's going to be some money guys over there that quit making the money, and that'll go south quick.
Some mercenaries for hire.
Yeah.
Earlier version of the post on LinkedIn included a photo of Putin with the words, "Wanted dead or alive of Vladimir Putin for mass murder." Now, the post has been taken down, but the bounty is still out there.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
It was one of the cool things about the John Wick movies is they put these bounties out on John Wick and just all the different assassins that were coming after him. So you wonder if you did a worldwide. If John Wick was coming after Putin, do you think Putin would be a little nervous?
I think John Wick would get to him.
Probably will. Based on the movies.
I like a good Western where they got a bounty out and all the guys are in the little, the little one-horse town and the sheriff's out there reading in it.
I was talking about Dr. Beckenstein, and when I went to see him for the consultation last week, we were talking about great Westerns, and his favorite Western is my favorite, Unforgiven. But that was the bounty, remember, they had up for cutting up the girl.
Yeah.
Brought William Money out of retirement.
You know, a movie I randomly stumbled across the other day was the remake of True Grit.
It's good.
Such a good
flick.
flick.
The Coen brothers did that one.
Such a good flick.
So we've got a Reddit user gained over 35,000 upvotes and 8,000 comments when she posted the troubling situation to the subreddit True Off My Chest. Now, she explains in the post, my husband and I have been struggling with infertility. This is going to get deep on you fellas. We've tried options, and right now we're looking into surrogacy. Now, my sister agreed to do it, but my husband said he looked at how much time and money IVF would take and slowly started hinting that we should take the, quote, traditional way.
So instead of a surgical procedure to impregnate the sister, he's saying, let's just skip the surgery.
Yeah. Look, I'm willing to take that bullet.
Quote, I was shocked to even say anything, but he acted like what he said was not even that big of a deal. He explained that it's just a quick way for us to have a baby and spare the money and time to use later. I'm both devastated over the fact that, one, he'd even entertain having sex with my sister because he wants the easy way. And two, if I ever agree despite feeling uncomfortable, then I will always carry the memory of how the baby was conceived.
Yeah, I mean, it's no getting past that.
Yes, you would.
Yeah.
I think that's a tough one, man. I think they need to spend the money.
Well, honey, your sister's kid's acting up.
Yeah, I mean it's not a tough one because
it's a tough one for her that he even brought this up.
Yeah, but doing it the other way, you're taking her eggs, the wife's eggs, the husband's sperm, and putting it in the surrogate mom. Her egg's not involved in this. The other way,
it's not even her kid.
It's not her baby at that point. It's her sister's baby with her husband.
Every suggestion I do, you shoot down. Everything I suggest.
I mean, but there's no way, even if it made sense, there's no way the husband could suggest this one and the wife be like, hey, you know what? That is a good idea. It would save us some cash. I want a new car.
Yep. I'd love to see the sisters side by side. I mean, most sisters have some similarities, right?
She did not provide a picture.
Yeah, and she should fire back. And I've been thinking about wanting to have a kid of my own too, and I thought your friend Sam would be a great.
No, you don't want Sam.
Would be a great father.
Composers Paul Moravec and Mark Campbell have both received Pulitzer Prize for music. They began working on an opera adaptation of The Shining for the Minnesota Opera. Look at this.
He's back. He's back.
He's back.
He's back. Is frightened.
Oh, God, that looks like somebody. The dude with the...
I'm trying to figure it out.
The guy who it looks like the guy we used to call the Yellow King.
It's the dude from...
it does, doesn't it?
And the sheriff from Stranger Things.
Hey, does the background know who the
looks like Hopper a little bit.
Does the background know who the Yellow King is, by the way?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, you might need to tell him that in a second. Anyway, my favorite horror film of all time, 1980 Stanley Kubrick film. They're saying they're going to do it more based on the Stephen King novel, though. They note that the opera genre traditionally has three elements: love, death, and power, which this all has.
Is there a Captain Crunch right there above the saltines?
Well, Cheerios has got some good placement.
Cheerios, but it looks like the captain's hat.
Rockstar, you're jumping the gun on that.
Rockstar with a quick change.
Yeah, that's just the preview.
So,
that's the
there's
preview.
there's another one. All right.
I will tell you. Have you guys ever seen The Shining?
I have not seen The Shining, Lance, and I know you
Well,
swear
Lance,
by that
I know
movie.
You love it, but would you go to the opera?
No.
Probably not. You know what? I might just to see how they play this thing out. I mean, that looks interesting. The Overlook Hotel didn't have that many bodies in it. But,
remember this character?
Yeah, on the bed.
He's in the play.
Yeah, that to me was almost the creepiest scene in the entire movie.
Okay, but just that whole ensemble right there, it looks like, with my eyesight, it looks like Beauty and the Beast. No, excuse me, Phantom of the Opera on the far right. 101 Dalmatians, the lady in the dress, some kind of Halloween with a flannel jacket, and then the Great Gatsby is singing real quick. I
was thinking about the Great Gatsby,
It's like all of a sudden, this is the finale. They've taken all the Broadway shows and jammed them together.
It's a mashup.
Dead, we're all dead, we're all dead.
The only person that looks out of place is Jack Torrance in his lumberjack plaid.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, yeah.
I keep waiting for Alexander Hamilton to walk in here wanting to be in the room.
Okay, so a Playboy model, claims she has been kicked out of her Airbnb because of her good looks. And she has accused her host of prejudice.
It can happen.
Susie Cortez. Do we have a picture of Susie Cortez from Brazil? Damn.
No, when you see the second picture,
Well, I mean, the face could look rough. I'm just saying she's pretty ripped up.
No, when you see the second picture.
Is that like a 24-pack?
Yeah.
It's a case?
She might have too many muscles. What do you think?
It depends. She does, yes. I'm going to say yes.
Oh, God almighty. Yeah.
I'm going to say
I
yes.
need to see that, right?
Yeah. I might kick her out of my Airbnb, too.
She got the Michael Jackson nose.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
She's from Brazil. That's why
ahead.
she had the hair across the face, right?
Yeah.
The old hair mask.
I'll go ahead and tell you, though, if I didn't have a bottle opener, I know where I could open the bottle of beer.
Now, she is from Brazil. She booked the house for a few nights in January of this year, but she met her host. But after she met her host, Susie claims he kicked her out and threw her luggage in the bin. Now, Susie says she booked the property while she was visiting family in the city, while she was having work done on her flat, probably work on herself too. According to the model, her host complained about her clothes she was wearing, pointing in particular to her workout leggings. Were they those with the skulls on them?
I don't know. I mean, just like her with the bikini's more intimidating than that.
No kidding.
I think she answered like this. What is wrong with my leggings?
Now,
I didn't want to tell you.
She added the incident was the biggest nightmare she's ever lived through, and she was a victim of prejudice. Quote, I'm extremely embarrassed, and I'm shaken. Where would a trip to see my parents turn into a horror movie? And an email to Airbnb, she added, I had to go out on the street doing absolutely nothing. All my belongings were in a garbage bag. After an investigation, Airbnb did fully refund the Playboy model.
What are you doing out in the street? Absolutely nothing. I have to.
We'll have to wait.
She started a new business, one girl in a truck.
Don't even need a truck.
Okay. Hostess is bringing back the cotton candy Twinkies, vanilla cupcakes, and carrot cake donuts.
Hey,
for a
put me
limited
down
time.
as a guy that doesn't like Twinkies. Put me down. Now, I like a zinger.
I don't
You
know
like the
anybody
chocolate, right?
I don't know anybody that's like, I'm a huge Twinkie fan.
Yeah, I like the zinger, which is essentially a Twinkie with just a sheet of sugar on the
Well,
top.
do you
of it.
like
I
the
do
yellow
that.
one too?
The yellow zinger? Yeah, yellow or chocolate zinger. I'm good with either one.
I agree. I'm not a big Twinkie guy.
Yeah, I don't like the Twinkie though.
And that cotton candy looks terrible.
But I'll go ahead and tell you, the Twinkie is the way cupcake should be. Your cupcake should have a tunnel of goodness down through the middle of it.
Yeah, I
don't like cupcakes because everything's on top. That I want to bite a cake and a bite of
disagree.
icing. Bite a cake,
I'm
bite of
with
icing.
Dunaway on
Well,
this.
then you should like the Twinkie. I mean, that's exactly what that is.
Well, I didn't say I didn't like the Twinkie. He did.
Okay, well, Brown's contradicting
No,
himself
I am
now.
not, Lance. The problem with the Twinkie, is not. It's the cake. It's just too
fake.
It's fake,
It's
and it
not
dries
real.
your mouth out.
Yeah.
Well, do you know how many preservatives go into that? You could lay
lot.
that. We could put a Twinkie right here, and we could come back in June, and it probably hasn't aged.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah, you could
June.
yeah.
June of what year? I mean, we could come back in.
I'm not
June.
talking about in the wrapping. I'm talking about unwrapping.
unwrapped,
No,
yeah.
Twinkie will last forever.
Yeah, in the
Nuclear
wrapping, we
fallout.
could come back in June of 2032 and still eat it.
Okay, so Hostess cotton candy Twinkies feature the golden sponge cake, which obviously you guys disagree
A little
with.
too spongy.
Pink-colored cotton candy flavored cream filling. They come in a 10-count box. The Hostess vanilla cupcakes. Where is that? Do we have that?
They didn't have that. That wasn't provided.
That comes with the yellow cupcake with cream-filled top with purple icing. Huh. And also the Hostess carrot cake donuts. Carrot cake flavored mini donuts. Do you guys like carrot cake?
I love carrot cake, but you know what the best part about carrot cake is? The cream cheese icing.
Oh,
Yeah,
the carrots.
Negative.
Oh.
Gino in the Farmfolio chat room, back to the lady, the picture of the lady says that she needs to walk around with Kenny Pickett and open up jars for him because he's got that teeny tiny hands.
She doesn't need her hands, as you said, though, right?
Give her
That's
those
right.
pickles.
So you did it with her belly button.
Okay, I got shower thoughts for you guys. We are so lucky that blinking is silent.
Thank God.
Think about it.
Oh, that.
'Cause
Okay.
You blink all the time.
Yeah, you do.
How about this one? When you're famous, your manager works for you. When you aren't, you work for your manager.
That is
That's a great
100%
point,
true.
yep.
By the way, back to the blinking. If you have a headache, though, hangover, and the headache's so bad, sometimes you can almost hear your blink. Right? You feel it. I think you hear your blinking when you're
He's had some
hungover
rough
really
nights.
bad.
Yeah, how bad are you hungover?
I mean, it's pretty bad. Have you ever been such a bad headache when you wake up that you're pressing your head into the headboard trying to feel better?
I haven't had a hangover. I haven't had a hangover in 52 days.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Isn't
How
it?
about that? 52 days.
Another shower thought for you. Who's counting, though? Snakes kill in two ways: hugs and kisses.
I don't know which one's the worst way to go.
I'd rather get you bite me, kill me with your poison.
But strangulation,
paralysis.
you don't want to be strangled to death?
No. Because,
Yeah, that'd be tough.
once you get strangled, normally the venomous snake that actually bites and kills you, whether it's a viper or an asp, you're gonna go into paralysis.
black
which is gonna
out.
suck,
Yeah.
but they're not gonna eat you.
No.
Whatever squeezes you to death, probably gonna consume you.
Yeah, but you're
too.
not going to know that. But the whole squeezing to death, that can't be fast. It's going to be like, am I dead yet?
Like,
Oh,
you
no,
hear your
I'm
bones
not dead yet.
breaking
You
too.
hear your ribs crash and everything.
Oh, Lance.
I mean,
Wow, man, it's awful.
I didn't make it up. Here's another shower thought. Grease is a movie about a guy who treats women like dirt, then gets absolutely everything he ever wanted.
Okay, back to the squeezing thing a second, though. So if it's squeezing me to death, at what point do you start biting the snake back yourself and trying to kill it with your own mouth?
Well, you're struggling to breathe for one thing. Like they got your chest compressed, and you're out. A little bit of panic if you can't get in. Yeah, if you can bite, whatever you're doing to.
Yeah, like
bite
right
a
now,
snake.
if I put you in a chokehold and tried to choke you out, you couldn't bite my arm.
If you get it close to my mouth, I'm
we
going to
gotta
bite
try.
you.
We don't know unless we try.
Under the chin, there's no way. And you think about those anacondas, the power they've got.
I'm just telling you, I'm biting at some point.
Good
You
luck.
or the snake.
I will tell you what. We'll call up Ed's Pet World and see if they'll bring us a constrictor. We'll put it around you.
Yeah, and
I'll wave some steaks.
Well, some, not all.
Or if you die all.
Some, not all.
If the snake wins.
Our final shower thought. When you close both eyes, they see black. But if you close one, it sees nothing. That's true, I guess.
That is true.
I'm sort of a lighter pale of gray.
A lighter
What?
pale of
Pale
gray.
of-
He's
yeah.
trying to do that old.
No, I'm
what
just-
is it? Procol Harum? Was that?
No,
what
I'm
that's
just
on?
saying that because the lights are so bright, it's not black
Yeah.
when I close my eyes in here.
What a
It's
weird
sort of
name for a band, Procol Harum.
Yeah.
White shade
What,
pale.
yeah, it's a good song though.
Yeah.
That is trash.
Yeah, in today's world, responsibilities do not stop. For some, it's house cleaning or finding a way to stay awake during their next Zoom meeting. And for others, it's figuring out how to make their home buying experience the best it could possibly be. Our friends at Mortgage Right may not have the cure to boredom, but they do know how to get you into the home of your dream with ease. Make home ownership easy. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
Again, for our T-shirt competition you're working on, maybe something with a bracket would be interesting. Maybe a bracket, because it's bracket season here. Just throwing out ideas for our T-shirt folks. If you come up with something with a bracket or something, some great athlete in our state, right now, just throwing some ideas out for our T-shirt competition. This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy. Still to come in the final hour of the show. LT's got a lock.
What about this one? Greater than outside world, greater than Jimmy's recliner.
I don't want that.
The alligator's mouth. And then on the back, I don't want to die.
Champy's Chicken, they bring you this hour of the show right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Rockstar's got our 3 and Out later in the show in the final hour, and LT has a lock. More basketball reaction from last night's SEC championship from Auburn straight ahead.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Last night on the green grass of baseball and softball fields, Auburn wins again. They beat UAB 16-1. In softball, Auburn run ruled Georgia State 9-1, and Alabama, number 2 in the country in softball, beat UAB 7-0. All outside in beautiful weather, and outside, Brown, is where we want to be in spring and summer. Thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Now's the time to TLC that grass, get that lawn ready. They're the exclusive provider for all of us here in the Next Round, all over SEC country.
If you want that barefoot good summer lawn, you start it right now with Wayne's. And with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement, I'm about to tell you how you can get 1 month free. Just pay for 11 months of the 12. It's with the code TNR for the Next Round when you call 866-WAYNES1, 866-WAYNES1. That helps us, and it helps you save. TNR for the Next Round. Get a month free of your 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. 866-WAYNES1. Let Wayne's create your happy place in that yard.
It's that time of year when spring football is cranking up everywhere. I think Coastal Carolina actually has their spring football game today.
Really?
So they've been out for a while. It's about to be a spring break time on the coast of Carolina.
Can't
be practicing then. So it's that time of year we're intertwining basketball and football, and Connor O'Gara of Saturday Down South. I don't know if he was listening to us the other day when we were talking about the worst combinations with Scott Frost and the mayor at Nebraska, but he has put out his top 5 best combinations in the SEC of football and basketball coach. And I'm going to give you the first 3 before you react, because I think you guys can guess the top 2. I'm just wondering what order you put them in. But the first 3, 5th is Josh Heupel and Rick Barnes of Tennessee. Hold your reaction. 4 is Brian Kelly and Will Wade of LSU. 3 is Sam Pittman and Eric Musselman together of Arkansas. Now that gets us to the top 2. If I said best coach football and basketball combination in the SEC, Who would you put 1? Who would you put 2? Connor O'Gara has his list at Saturday Down South.
To me, Brown, it gets really skewed because Nick Saban is so dominant. I know the top 2 are going to be Kentucky and Alabama.
I think
Oates hasn't done enough to back it up. I think Stoops, with what was an awful football program, has taken them to tremendous heights. I mean, they're a top 20 team every year now, top 25 team.
I think he's going to go Kentucky 1.
I think I would go Alabama 1 just because Nick Saban's winning all these championships and Calipari's not winning the championships.
Nick Saban and Nate Oates are 2. Mark Stoops and John Calipari are number 1. So in his eyes, I guess, Stoops is doing more than Oates.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt.
And Calipari is closer to Saban than Oates is to Stoops.
My thing, Brown, is Calipari the last 5 years, like Saban is here, Calipari's here, and everybody else is way down here.
That's great. And I think Nate probably is closer to Stoops, and he's giving it here. I think I would have gone with Alabama 1, Kentucky 2.
I don't know. Alabama basketball has a tradition. Kentucky football does not.
Is Vandy dead last?
Got to be.
It only gives me the top 5.
I know. I'm just saying, in your opinion, is Vandy dead last?
Yeah. Obviously, Bruce Pearl, who just won the SEC, not in here, shows you where Brian Harsin is right now in the eyes of Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South.
It'd be hard to argue that combo in front of any of the ones you read. Yeah. I think Vandy's dead last. I don't even know where I'd go. Maybe Missouri next.
So I think more interesting if we did the exercise where you can rank either football or basketball coaches 1 through 28. So Nick Saban's going to be 1. 2, are you going to put Kirby Smart or are you going to put Calipari?
Well, you got to go Cal.
Where's Bruce Pearl line up on this? I think that would be, maybe we could do that for fun. Like if you had to draft 1 through 28, who are you taking?
Well, I think Bruce Pearl, you take degree of difficulty and all of that. I mean, obviously Nick's 1, but I think you start putting into the conversation very soon without the national championship.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Would be Bruce Pearl would be in the conversation. Kirby goes all the way up because he just won the national championship. Yeah, he's the reigning champ.
Kirby probably would be 2.
I'd go Cal 2.
Yeah, I think Cal would. Yeah, maybe Cal 2.
I mean, you got to factor in the Final 4 appearances.
I think Cal, Kirby, and Saban are going to be 1, 2, and 3, and then I think after that you start to.
I'm fine with Bruce Pearl there.
Yeah, but
Brian Kelly's going to be close.
You got to take away, the lifetime achievement. We're going for where they are right now. Do you think right now, Bruce Pearl and John Calipari are not equal? You take away past championships, just what kind of coach they are right now.
Well, I would ask you this. Who do you think is going to have more success in this tournament?
I don't know, but those two are going to be very close.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're equal right now, but I can't do this and ignore past accomplishments.
Yeah, so I agree with you. I think they're probably those programs could go either way in this tournament, but I got to go with past accomplishments.
We look forward to certain things along the mile markers, if you will, to college football, 176 days to week 0. One of those is Phil Steele projecting the top 10 teams for next season. He's got that list out. Brown will give it to us. Rockstars 3 and out still to come as well. Part of our show being brought to you by Creekside Barbecue, right there off of Highway I-65, the Oak Mountain Amphitheater exit, which is Highway 119. On your way home tonight from a hard day's work, you're heading back to Shelby County or Chilton County, you may want a little barbecue. Think about Creekside.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide, is it Friday night dinner or is it Saturday lunch? It is going to be one of the two for me and Little Man, and I'm excited about it. Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain, centered around great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There is something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, as Dunaway said, just off of I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. It's in the old Waffle House building. Enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge patio or outdoor deck overlooking the creek. Several TVs, incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events for up to 200 people. Make sure you tell Connor and everyone at Creekside the next round sent you. For more information and to view that menu, go online, creekside/bbq.com.
Have you seen the Phil Steele top 10?
I haven't, but I think this year would be really tough. I think I can get 7 of his 10, though.
I have not seen it either. Let's see how many we can get and how close we can get to his order. Brown has seen it. He'll walk us through that. Can you project how the AP folks are going to project the top 10 in college football when it comes out in August? Phil Steele does it every year. He's 90% good at it. We'll try to be 100% fantastic in the final hour. Stay with us.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we've got the dry erase boards out here, and what we're doing is we're writing down what we think Phil Steele thinks the AP poll will be. It's a lot of thinking to thinking. But we do this every year as Phil Steele projects, and Brown says he does it at about a 96% success rate.
Yeah, so he has been perfect 10 out of 10 for the last 4 years. So in other words, he's saying if I say they're in the top 10, they're going to be there. Not necessarily, I don't necessarily get the exact order.
Okay, so top 10 teams,
Right.
and LT and I have not seen it. We're going to try to match up with that. So we're trying to project what the AP voters will have for college football coming up in August. Not too far away.
Did you soak our markers in Redmond vodka? I'm getting drunks off this thing, man. I mean, smell it. I don't know if it's just mine. My gosh.
What's that called?
Just smell
I'm
mine.
huffing. Am I huffing?
No, smell mine. It might just be mine.
Hit this one.
Let me see.
I mean, yours is mostly vinegar. Mine is.
I could get a buzz off mine.
No, it does. It does smell like alcohol.
Yeah, they're alcohol based, man. Dry.
You
erase.
could definitely get a buzz off this.
Yeah, you
marker,
could.
though.
Yeah. Don't do that at home, kids.
Kills brain cells.
Absolutely.
And as you know on this show, we don't have any to spare.
Yeah. So let's take care of business first. Headlines brought to you by our friends at Odie's.
Okay, so last night's trivia question. You ready for a couple?
Yeah, fire away.
Okay, the first one I asked, what came first, Tom Brady or Coors Light?
Oh, it's got to be Coors Light. I mean, Tom Brady is 44. Seems like Smokey and the Bandit. People knew Coors.
That was the banquet,
that was
though.
banquet beer, though. Coors
yeah.
Light. No, I'm going to say Coors Light.
I'm going to say the original light beer did not come out until late 70s. And so we're going to get into the 80s. I'm going to say Tom Brady is older by 2 years than Coors Light.
Tom Brady, 1977, Coors Light, 1978.
Wow.
Yeah.
Here's another. This was one round. It was Office trivia because you guys, I know, Brown, you're big on The Office.
I
So
like
see if you
The
get this
Office.
right. I
All
shouted
right.
off to Leighton Jack and Jack's buddy, Ryan Kozlik, who says that he's seen every episode at least 5 times.
And he didn't get it?
He got all 3 right.
Okay.
And Jack got 2. Leighton got 2 of the 3. Okay, first one. What did Michael accuse Pam of stealing?
His heart.
Michael accused.
No, his best friend.
It was something in the office, an office supply. I'll give you a
Obviously,
hint.
I'm not going to
In
get
the
that.
first episode.
Accused his stapler.
Post-it notes. Second one, who won the Dundee for Don't Go In There After Me award?
Kevin.
Yes.
Go Kevin.
It was Kevin. And then the easiest, I thought this was one of the great lines of the show. And again, I've only seen probably 50 to 60% of the show. How do the Schrutes make sure the dead are dead before they bury them?
I can't remember.
So good.
Cut out their hearts.
I forget.
Shotgun to the face.
Yep, he's gone.
This is just some of the trivia you can get every Wednesday night at Odie's, but you can get a good lunch today. Enjoy that great patio with the ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Stop by, see Will over that great staff. It's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern located across Line Village.
That sets up our headlines today, where Auburn ends up winning the SEC championship by beating Mississippi State last night 81-68. Rockstar, if you will, cut number 4, Jabari Smith last night. I missed a shot at the buzzer that would have ended it in regulation, but then they get a great overtime from K.D. Johnson. And that's 7 road games now where Auburn is either blown a lead, trailed by a lot, or lost a game outright. But they win it last night. Jabari talked about that.
Just was happy to win on the road. You know, it's been a minute since we got one on the road. So, you know, it just felt good to win. And just knowing that,
Is it extra satisfying to clinch a share of a title on the road the way these last few games have gone? They've all been close losses, just to sort of pull one out like this.
Yeah, it felt good knowing that that team has only lost once at home, SEC play. So, all year I think. So, it just felt great. You know, how down we were going into the last media, we were losing, and then we just stayed together, battled back and won, and it just felt great.
It did feel great for Auburn. We had Andy Burcham on earlier. You can hear his conversation about the Auburn basketball program now podcasted for you at nextroundlive.com. Alabama a loser last night to Texas A&M. UAB gets a big win, clinching their double bye for the upcoming Conference USA tournament. They finish the regular season at home 3 o'clock coming up on Saturday at Bartow Arena. Those are your headlines, Brownie. Let's keep the conversation going before we talk about Phil Steele and get back to the phone lines. And for that, we go over to Gadsden, and that's where Chad is. Hey, Chad, how are you, man?
Hey, I'm great. Thank you. I've got a question. I want to get you guys' opinion, then I would like to share mine after I hear yours. You know, you guys were talking about, speaking of these college football rankings, several days ago, you guys talked about how wire-to-wire number one has only happened, I think it was twice in 2 years. Is that correct?
Well,
21 years.
Yeah, no, not wire-to-wire. It's the Vegas favorite. The preseason Vegas favorite, whoever the favorite is to win the national championship, has only done it twice in 21 years.
Okay. So my question to you before I give my 2 cents is, why do you think that is?
Lance, you're better on Vegas. Why do you think Vegas can't get that one right?
Well, I mean, it's like next year in the NFL. I mean, your Vegas favorite is Kansas City to win the Super Bowl. Do we believe
Kansas City is just too hard to get it right?
It's too hard. Look, and I think there's more parity in the NFL, but when it comes to college football, there's 4 or 5 teams every year that can win the national championship. And I really don't know why they don't get it right, but.
Well, I think part of it is that Alabama is oftentimes that favorite. They are getting, they're so. The odds are skewed in their direction because so many people gamble on Alabama. They're sort of the marquee name right now. So I would say a lot of times going into football, the season, Alabama's your betting favorite to go in. And when they are, they haven't been able to win it. So I think it's because Alabama's the favorite a lot and they don't win it every year.
Well, that makes sense. I guess this is my thing, and I think about Alabama this past year. I don't remember if they were preseason number one or not. I think it might have been Georgia, but it's almost like the Steven Garcia effect. You look at Zach Calzada, and A&M had a so-so season, but in that game he was Steven Garcia 2010. And then Auburn had no business at all being even on that field with Alabama, but their defense had a Steven Garcia type night. And I think that when you are ranked that high, when you're ranked number one and people respect that, they're going to give you their best punch. And I almost feel like it's almost like a curse. It's like, if you're, if Bama's 4 or 5, Lord, I can't imagine how bad it would be how hard it would be to try to beat them.
Yeah.
But when they're always number one, they take that best punch. Anyway, that's sort of my theory. I just want to see if you guys had any.
No, I mean, you and I are thinking a lot alike.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I think what he's basically saying is heavy as the head that wears the crown, right? When you get to number one, there's a certain element of pressure on you. Auburn saw this a little bit in basketball. You get to number one, you become everybody's biggest win in a number of years, and you storm the court when you win those games. And it's hard to deal with that pressure. Now, you got to give Alabama an immense amount of credit, how often they've had to deal with that pressure and how rarely it has tripped them up.
Yeah, and they're still there. Even when they lose a national championship last year, they were still there playing for it.
Yeah. Okay. What we're going to do, we're going to let LT and I unveil our top 10 first, and then Brown will give us Phil Still's projection. We're trying to get the AP poll right. We'll do all that. Brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. LT's got a lock later, but we'll tell you about Hemphill right now. They bring you the lock, but they also bring you, like right now, they're working on Rockstar's house. They've been at LT's ex's recently. They've been at everybody's house recently. When disaster strikes, you just got to remember Hemphill. Plumbing, heating, cooling, Hemphill.
Put the number in your phone, 205-229-2090. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it right, fix it the first time. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Our friends at Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090.
Okay, here's my 10, and then LT will give you his 10. And we're trying to project what the AP is going to do, so a lot of name brand in here. I'm going to go Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, Texas A&M, Michigan, Baylor, Notre Dame, Clemson, Utah, and Oklahoma.
Ooh, Baylor at number 6.
Yes. So that's my projection there.
I've got 8 of your 10 in mind.
Okay, I feel better then. I was doing it off the top of my head. So let me see yours.
Yeah, and this is not how we would have it.
This is what you think the AP poll will be.
I think Alabama will be 1, Ohio State 2, Georgia 3, A&M 4, Notre Dame 5, Utah 6, Michigan 7, Oak State 8, Clemson 9, and NC State 10.
Wow, you think the AP voters will do enough research to have NC State ranked where they should? Yeah.
Why did you circle numbers 6 through 10 and not numbers 1 through 5?
I don't know, Brown.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't know if that had any special meaning to you.
I would actually, right now, maybe have NC State in my 14 playoff along with Utah. I think we might have 2 new, and I think Wisconsin will be right there too. Wow. I would have all 3 of those in my top 10.
So 2 new, and you think NC State, chance to change before we get to the football, 176 days now. Phil Steele's the guy that does this.
He does.
And I'm right. He's trying to project the AP voters.
That is right.
Okay.
The AP voters, and he's projected out of 130 possible teams, he's gotten 125 of them. So it's not bad. I mean, 96%. Now, look, 1 through 5, those teams are always going to be in there. Basically, what Phil's saying is at the bottom of the poll, I've missed 5 out of, however many.
Yeah, let me see your top 5, Dunaway, real quick. And see, I guess we all have
Alabama,
those.
Ohio State, Georgia, Texas A&M. I've got Michigan. You've got Notre Dame.
Yeah, but we still have those 5 teams.
Neither one of you have his number 10 team. And there are a few I disagree with Phil on, and number 10 is one of them. He's got Oregon number 10. He thinks the AP will have Oregon 10. I don't think they'll vote Oregon that high. I don't think the voters trust Dan Lanning yet.
I think if you're smart, if you're doing your homework and you watch the games last year, Utah has gotten much more coming back. And you're talking about, is Bo Nix going to be the quarterback?
I don't know.
You got a new offensive coordinator. You got a new head coach.
Yeah. I don't think they'll have Oregon that high.
Oh, by the way, Oregon finished 22 in the last AP poll, so I agree with you, Brown.
Yeah, that's a stretch to me. But again, he's pretty good at this. Oklahoma number 9.
So he does have Oklahoma in.
Yep, he does at number 9.
I did
not land.
That was my biggest stretch, I thought.
Yeah, Oklahoma at number 9. Utah number 8.
I've got them at 9.
Got them at 6.
They'll be in.
See, it wouldn't surprise me if they were 11 to 15.
I think they'll be in.
No, I think they should be in.
No, I know. Well, here's the reason I say that, Dunaway, because of the way they played in the Rose Bowl. If Ohio State had run them off the field, I think it would have left a bad taste in voters' mouths. But the way they played that Rose Bowl back and forth with Ohio State, I think they'll be in the top 10. Michigan, number 7. Both you guys have Michigan.
I've got Michigan, number 7.
Notre Dame, number 6.
I got them at number 5.
I had 5 Michigan, 7 Notre Dame, so we flip-flop those two.
All right, here's his top 5. And I think this is your top 5. I don't agree with his order. 6 was Notre Dame.
Okay.
This is the top 5. I don't agree with his order necessarily. He's got Texas A&M number 5.
I have him at 4.
Yeah, I got him at 4.
I think they'll be at 4 as well, and I think he's got these two out of order. He's got Clemson number 4. I think they'll be 5, and A&M will be 4.
I've got Clemson a little deeper back.
Yeah,
at 9.
I got him at 8.
I think that brand is hard to break for voters, though. I know it was one bad year, and the bad year was 10-3. Ohio State, he's got number 3. This is also where I disagree with him.
I disagree. I think Ohio State, I would have them number 1. I think they'll be number 2.
I think they'll be number 2 as well. That's where he has Georgia, and then, of course, Alabama number 1. So Phil Steele goes number 1, Alabama, number 2, Georgia, number 3, Ohio State, Clemson 4, A&M 5, Notre Dame 6, Michigan 7, Utah 8, Oklahoma 9, Oregon 10. Again, that's his projection of what the AP preseason top 10 will be, not his.
So he's got Oregon in his top 10. I don't. I've got Baylor. Which one do you not have right? NC State.
Oh,
NC State for 1.
He doesn't have
NC State and Oak State.
Yep.
Yeah, he doesn't have any. I got Oklahoma right with him. So NC State and Oklahoma State. So you missed 2. I only missed 1.
Yep. I just don't think voters will have Georgia number 2. I know what he's thinking is, hey, they won the national championship. We like Alabama. We can't drop them that much. I think they will. I think people feel like Ohio State's a better team than Georgia this year.
I would have Georgia at 5. I wouldn't have them make it the college football playoff.
Yeah, I would. You don't think Georgia makes the playoffs?
I don't.
Yeah. I don't think so either. It's hard to get 2 teams in back-to-back years from the same conference in a 4-team playoff. The coaches may have Georgia 2 and Ohio State 3.
Yeah, I mean,
the coaches are slower to change. And
I mean, it wouldn't even shock me if they had Georgia number 1. I mean, I don't think anybody thinks Georgia's going to go back-to-back, but the coaches have historically operated on the I'm number 1 until somebody beats me.
I think personnel-wise, there are 2 things that come out of last football season looking ahead to 2022, right? And not that anybody who votes in the AP poll doesn't pay attention before they do it. I know all the 66 media people that will vote in the Associated Press poll will do their due diligence and spend most of the summer working hard to familiarize themselves with college football. But the easy, old-school USA Today Cliff Note version of 2 biggest takeaways from personnel after last season is Alabama's got the Heisman Trophy winner back and maybe the best player in football in Will Anderson back.
Yep.
So those 2 people are your takeaway personnel-wise for Alabama.
Literally could be the first 2 picks in the NFL draft.
And one of the most watched games last year was the Rose Bowl, and you're blown away by those young receivers that Ohio State has with that quarterback back. Those are the 2 things that college football for dummies. If you are just a dummy when it comes to college football, your 2 big takeaways is Alabama's got the Heisman winner and the best defensive player back, And Ohio State has a great quarterback with 3 young, great receivers coming back. And that's football in a nutshell. Those will be your projected national championship teams. Those will be 1 and 2. And that's how we'll start the season. That is college football for dummies.
Yeah, I could be
agree.
Steven Seagal in Hard to Kill, and I don't know how long he was in the coma. Do you remember, Rocky?
I don't know. Was never the Seagal guy. Out for justice, hard to kill.
Well, Hard to Kill, whatever the amount was, if I woke up as Steven Seagal and you told me that Nick Saban is still the head coach at Alabama, I would pencil them in your top 4. That's college football for dummies.
That is college football for dummies. The top 4 may be too low. But I'm with you. I mean, you watch Alabama and you hear everybody that's around Alabama say, hey, they might have been a year ahead even. They were pointing towards this year. So you got them number 1. I watch Ohio State in that Rose Bowl. That's my number 2. I watch the NFL draft and see how many Georgia players are in the NFL draft. I can't have them number 2.
My stat of the day, you threw us a stat of the day, and this will blow you away because I think right now, because I was reading this roundtable discussion on who will win the Heisman Trophy, I think I brought it up to you, and they had 3 names, Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Caleb Williams, or the field. And I didn't realize it has been since 2006 the last time the Big Ten has won a Heisman Trophy.
Wow.
2006 since the last time the
Big Ten as a
Big Ten?
conference.
Troy Smith. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
That's the last Big Ten Heisman Trophy.
And, I think there's 2 guys, like C.J. Stroud, I think is going to be your favorite because Bryce Young, Will Anderson, best player in football. Impossible almost for a defensive guy to win it. Bryce Young, almost impossible to win back-to-back. C.J. Stroud is going to put up massive numbers. And I think Braylon Allen is another kid to watch out for. Wisconsin won 8 of their last 9. I think Wisconsin is going to be really good
Did
this
you
year.
know it had been that big a drought for the Big Ten? I had
did
no
not,
idea.
because I was just thinking you probably could go back through the history of the Big Ten and not go a 4-year cycle with them not having won one.
And Lance just gave us a 15-year cycle.
And you may even slow that down to 3 years. You may be able to tighten that up a little bit and say you can't go 3 or 4 years. I'd say you almost couldn't go through history of college football without going 4 years without a Big Ten school.
Well, I guess the SEC is every other year, and then you sprinkle in Mariota won one in the Pac-12. We've had a couple from Oklahoma in the Big 12.
Well, the SEC's on at least a 3-year run, right?
Yeah. But I'm saying on average, maybe every other year, maybe 2 out of 3 years. The SEC.
SEC should never win them, and it was.
Few
and far between.
I'm just digging through this. I don't have time to stop and count, but it looks like the most you ever went. Well, there's a pretty big gap right there. Howard Cassidy won it in 55. You would not have another Big Ten winner until, my gosh, the Big Ten went a long time. So 55, I said. Until 74 when Archie Griffin went back-to-back.
Are you kidding me?
Yep. They went a long time. Now, there's some current Big Ten schools that won one, but a school that was a Big Ten school at that time, they did not win one for quite a while. That is really surprising. I'm with you. I would have guessed you never could find like a 3 to 5 year window, but between Cassidy and 55 and Archie Griffin back-to-back, they did not win one.
But you think about it. I think it's been in the last 30 years, they've only won 3 in football, right? I think Michigan's won 1 and Ohio State's won 2.
In national championships, yeah.
It is such an SEC world now. Rondell Robinson was at the NFL Combine yesterday, the great transfer from Nebraska to Kentucky. And they asked him, what did you learn the difference between Big Ten football and SEC football was? And he gave 2 words, the speed.
Yeah, that's what I've always heard.
They're like, what? He said, the speed. He goes, everybody's fast in the SEC. Linemen, linebackers, DBs, receivers,
coaches.
Yeah, everybody's fast in the SEC. It's not that way. Not that way in the Big Ten.
It's about lane.
All right,
bad guys.
Rockstar has our 3 and Out coming up. If you are about to pop a question anytime soon or have a special anniversary coming up, I got a friend, 9 years. They're down celebrating in Cozumel. So they took a little trip. If you're looking for that special diamond to celebrate an anniversary, you can do that with our friends at Bromberg's.
Yes, they are your diamond specialist. Dunaway, family-owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit, and online you can view their store today. Go to brombergs.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
High Point Properties specializes in creating beautiful acreage home sites around the Birmingham area. They currently have land tracts in the Helena area ranging from 3 to 43 acres. These properties offer creeks, hardwoods, and beautiful mountain views, only minutes from city conveniences. You can buy now and build later. Call Wes at High Point Properties today to view these properties. 240-0204. That's 240-0204. Or visit hpprop.com. That's hpprop.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Want to bet? It's nonstop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester from The Next Round here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I've lost 13 pounds in just 3 weeks. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
All right, back with you on The Next Round. We're about to do a 3 and out right here. You can always go to the morning rounds, which you find about halfway down the page every day, every morning at nextroundlive.com. Celebrating the Auburn championship there, the big games to watch tonight with Sunbelt Tournament action with South Alabama and Little Rock playing this afternoon at 2 o'clock, and the A-Sun tournament starting tonight. Jack State with a home game against Kennesaw State. That goes at 6 o'clock. You can see other big games, who's on the show today, and all the top links there, and also a list of birthdays there today. How about Jessica Bill is 40 today?
I haven't seen her in a while.
Haven't either.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's
you know,
producer now.
It sadly is a fact in Hollywood. There is a handful of actresses that will survive 35 to 40.
Yeah, she's not one of them.
And she probably is not one. I mean,
of course, her old man makes more money than anybody could
but
ever
she's
stand.
got a big show that I don't watch, but I think a lot of females do, but I can't remember the name of it. What is it?
The Sinner.
The Sinner.
Okay. But, you know, I mean, there are a handful of women that are just considered great actors, and those are the ones that will continue to get the roles until, you know, they're in their 70s or 80s.
Is it about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? He was a good sinner.
No, Sinner.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Julie Bowen of Modern Family is 52 today.
Wow. She's 52. Huh?
Yeah.
She doesn't like she eats much.
Yeah, she's very skinny.
Do I say her name right? Camilla Cabela?
No idea.
The singer?
I would say she's still young. She's 25.
25. Nailed that one perfectly. Michael Thomas.
I'm a fan, by the way.
Michael Thomas, receiver of the Saints, is 29. And NBA age is always weird to me.
Yeah, I mean, again, Luka just the other day was 23, and he's been in the league forever.
Jason Tatum's birthday today.
Jason Tatum's young, too.
He was one and done, right?
Yeah, Jason Tatum is 24.
24, dead on. Yeah. Age 24 today. Those are your birthdays today. You can get that kind of stuff right there. The morning rounds at nextroundlive.com. All right, LT, tell us about Vulcan Tires, and Rockstar's got our non-sports related 3 and out.
It's my favorite 3 and out day of the week. I get excited about this.
I do too.
Which Rocky can do it every day.
Rockstar.
So glad I did the last 2, Rockstar.
Oh my God.
I did it for years. I'm just saying, it's just better this way, in my opinion. I don't know how our Firmfolio chat room feels over there.
I'm willing to do it this way every day, because then I don't have to do it every day, Rockstar.
You know who's not?
No.
That guy.
No, you know what? I can
get so stale.
I can I mean, if you guys are cool with doing it like that, I can step in and come up with some really cool
No. I
stuff.
think Rockstar's right. I think it would get stale.
Okay. No, I'm saying me doing it every day.
No, I think the idea of it is.
Yeah. Okay, we're right.
So never mind.
Sometimes we take a good thing and just run it
into
the
a
ground.
Fun non-sports segment.
I agree. But
too.
You know, if you do it every day, it loses some punch.
I agree. Sort of like videos driving.
Yeah,
into
but
work.
it depends on the question.
No, it's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire when they started showing it every day.
Oh,
That's a great point.
videos on the way. Those just got sponsored.
Oh, I'm fired up about those. I enjoy those.
I
only have to
me
do once
and
a week.
Rockstar are back involved in that next week.
That's my idea.
It was Rockstar's idea, and he completely punched
Well, no,
out.
because I said something in a meeting. I guess you guys forgot.
You know who?
No, it's fine. We won't.
You know who hadn't missed one yet?
You know why? Because I knew you would do that. Even if we stopped doing it 6 months
Dunaway
ago.
likes to see that they show you the sun hadn't really come up yet.
It's still dark here in my car.
My video's already been posted at 6:30.
4 locations for our friends at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Get a look today at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it for bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations at online VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
I changed this one up a little bit. What would you write on the other host's tombstone?
Okay, for Dunaway, I came, I saw, and it was
That's pretty good. I like
this is 6 feet. Feels like 5.
Yeah, my Dunaway one was we're all going to do the same thing. My Dunaway was this casket is
smaller than I thought.
I thought the casket would be a little better.
Thought she was going to spend more money on
Gotta
this.
say, I thought this would be a better casket.
Dunaway's written these down.
I'm getting cremated. I did write those down.
Cremated. Okay. This urn?
Yeah.
Not so much.
You want me to go for Brown?
Thought you were going to throw my ashes at Brian Denny.
Okay.
Life is 100. Golf, God, and good food. Learn it and live it.
Man. Hey, no, I'll have that on my tombstone. That's fantastic.
The only thing I felt bad about was leaving your great family out. We got to find a way to work them in.
Yeah, and you put God second.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, let's go God first. God, golf, and make me feel better.
But do you spend more time at the church or on the course?
Recently at the church, yes.
Yeah,
years past.
You technically can to worship anywhere. You don't have to be in the church.
That's true. I'm worshiping God's creation, right? Nature.
Exactly. So what about you?
For LT, it would be yo.
What did young Jack tell somebody one time at Target?
Well.
That was young Anna Kate, right?
That was my daughter. He saw my daughter at Target and said, well.
That's when Jack was like 4.
I know.
Imagine seeing you here. What's one for me?
I gave it. Is this casket?
Oh, it's early on. All right, for me, this is Lance Taylor's right here. Roommate needed.
Wow.
Roommate needed.
It's like a mausoleum.
There's room in this casket. Come on.
That's pretty good, Dunaway.
And for Browns, can I play through?
I cannot believe none of y'all said Browns is I'm finally 6 under. How did you not go that route?
Oh, that's pretty good too. Yeah.
I may put that one on mine. I'm finally
Second
6 under.
down.
What is something you didn't realize was going to consume so much of your time as an adult?
It's TV for me, and it's kind of an escape now, and because I like being on the couch, and it's not just watching different shows, it's trying to find different shows, and it's going using social media or using this platform we've got here, or just Googling what are good shows once you run out of that show.
And also, you spend like an hour and a half looking for a show, then you watch a show for 45 minutes and go, damn it, I wasted 45 minutes on this show. I'm never going to watch it. It's awful.
Yep. There was a couple this past week that I watched one and done, and now I'm on one, and I'm 6 episodes in. I'll finish it tonight more than likely, but I consume way too much.
Brown, you got one?
People are giving Rockstar love for this is 6 feet, feels like 5 feet. That's so good. Mine is, and I'm going to get a little serious here for a moment. I never understood how much my parents sacrificed for me until I was a parent myself. So I think the level of sacrifice that you have to have as an adult.
Well, and especially depending on what your kids' activities are. Like, I hear Little League Baseball is just exhausting.
And see, my dad coached either my team or my brother's team my whole life. And now that
Did he have the Army duffel bag full of the helmets?
Yes, sir. You got it at the Army Mule in Anniston. But now that I see as a parent how often those kids are at practice and all that, I'm like, man, my parents sacrifice. And not just money. I mean, they sacrifice a lot of money for me, but time, effort, energy. You don't get that until you're a parent yourself, and you look back on it, you're like, "Holy crap, my parents sacrificed a lot for me."
Yeah, that's both of those are great, and for me, it's paperwork, and I don't know about you guys, I got tired of filling stuff out, and when you go to a new doctor, or just go back to your doctor, there's more paperwork to fill out every year. Online, you're filling out paperwork. I got a son that's applying to college. Paperwork all the time.
I don't know if you would call this an invention. This is an underrated development, though. Is like on your iPhone, how it's got the autofill for the fill.
Yes.
Like if it asks your address, all I got to do is click on it, boom, it's in there. That makes that stuff so much easier.
Yeah, but a lot of the stuff I'm doing, it doesn't carry over all the time, place to place, different platforms. Some is actually hard paper. It's not on the internet. Taxes more complicated now. It's just a pain in the butt, man. I get tired of filling stuff out. Yuck. Hate it.
And trying to recover passwords. I never thought that.
Oh, Lance.
Third down.
When you were younger, what was the cool toy that one kid had that no one else had? For mine, it was the G.I. Joe battleship.
Yep, aircraft carrier.
Because it was expensive as hell, and one kid had it. I mean, like that was like royalty.
Yeah, I had a friend that had the G.I. Joe aircraft carrier. Is that the one you're talking about? You said the battleship is the aircraft carrier, though, right?
I'll get a picture of it.
Yeah, the aircraft carrier. And it was a big deal back then, man, to have the G.I. Joe aircraft carrier.
Yeah, I can't remember if this was, but only one of my friends. So I had 3 friends that had money. I had 3 of the rich friends, and one of them had, my buddy Chris Quartz had the Intellivision instead of the Atari. We all grew up on Atari, but I'd go to his place and play the Intellivision, and I never knew if the Intellivision cost more. It obviously didn't last nearly as long, didn't have the shelf life of the Atari, but I learned how to play Intellivision at Rich's, the old Rich's at Brookwood Mall. They would have it in their electronics department.
Stand there and play it.
I'd stand there and play it, and I loved their football and baseball, but Chris Quartz had the Intellivision, so when I would go to his house, I played that, but nobody else had it, so I don't know if it was more expensive or not.
Yeah, Atari for me, that was the first video game, right? I didn't have it, and so I'm younger than you, so that was the new craze. Didn't have it, couldn't get it. But, for some things, it was like cable. That's not a toy, but other guys had cable. I didn't have cable. Back in the old days for cable, they literally had to have cable that ran to your house, right? It wasn't part of a phone line or the internet or anything, or satellite or anything. It was the cable being run down your street, and your street could get cable. And I did not live in the best part of Alabaster. So, like other people, like in Navajo Hills or my buddy Tim Cooley up in Keystone, he had cable because the cable had been run to his neighborhood, and we lived in an off street off Smoky Road, and cable hadn't been run to my house yet. I didn't even have an option to get it. Even if we'd had the money, couldn't get it, not even available to me. And he would talk about, man, last night on ESPN, this young guy named Dickie V in basketball, big Monday, and I'd be like, crap, we got to get cable.
I remember when cable first hit because we were at a house and the guy had on top of his TV that little wood grain box.
Oh, yeah.
And it had the switches.
Yep.
Yeah, that you had to go switch. And I remember him telling my dad, Randy, all you got to do is drive down and they'll give it to you.
Yep.
They'll give you the box. All you got to do is drive down there.
I can't tell you anything about this movie. I think it was a motorcycle movie. I remember the first movie I ever watched on HBO, though. And it was a movie called Sidewinder. And like you could Google it right now, and that just came to my mind now. It's weird, some of the things I retain. But if you could find Sidewinder, I bet, Rocky, it was 1978.
While he's looking up, I can remember them putting the cable vision guys, whoever it was, rolling it down through, down on Smoky Road. And I go down there and I'm like, hey, are you guys going to run it up to the end of this street right here? You know, tomorrow maybe? Can you run it up to the end of this street? Just begging them to please run it up to the end of the street.
Yeah, I was a year off, 77.
Yeah.
But that was the first movie I ever watched. And I remember HBO would show.
Is that The Greatest American Hero?
They would show like 4 or 5 movies and just put them in rotation. So Sidewinder would be on 3 or 4 times a day the first couple of weeks I had HBO.
No, you're right. HBO, it would be like, tonight's feature would be like the 6 o'clock movie or 7 o'clock, and then it'd have another one and another one, and it would just cycle around all day long.
Yeah, I remember my old man was living in an apartment in Fort Walton, Florida, and I came to visit him on a weekend, and Rocky 2 was on, and he told me, he was like, yeah, I've already seen it 3 times. And I remember the first time I watched Rocky 2 was in his apartment on HBO.
What a moment.
Go back to that toy.
The aircraft carrier. My mom just texted me in all caps and said I had it.
Yeah.
I had the aircraft
carrier. You
carrier.
lived behind the gates.
Yeah,
so
whatever.
You never appreciate it. Look how huge that's a table.
No, it was massive.
It was massive, and I think it was like $200 in like 1987.
So
like it was
they couldn't have fit that in the Dunaway living room.
I mean, my God, we would have lived on that.
So my mom is not right about this because I remember we had a pool table and we used the pool table for the aircraft carrier. But she says in all caps, you had the aircraft carrier. Tell Rockstar he can get it at a thrift store in Anniston because I gave it away.
I'm a little too old for it now. My house isn't big enough for that damn thing.
Man, that is. I mean, that's got a lot going on.
We did not have that. My mom is incorrect on this.
Thing's almost to scale.
It's massive.
Yeah.
I had to use the pool table for the aircraft carrier. There's no way.
I remember having the Millennium Falcon and the Death Star.
Oh yeah. Andy Carlisle had the Millennium Falcon. I remember that.
Do y'all remember the 1992 with the Olympics that we had this new thing? Cable had this new thing called the Triple Cast.
Oh yeah.
It was a cable box that you had 3 channels where you could watch live Olympics. You could do 1, 2, or 3, and I remember that was like a sign of wealth. Like,
I kind of remember
cast?
that.
Watching
cast.
Dan and Dave.
I don't remember any of that.
4th down.
Since Batman got his name from being afraid of bats, what would your superhero name be?
Prison guy.
I thought about that for Brown.
Noise man.
Prison guy. You're a noise man?
Yeah.
Prison guy.
I'd be fly man.
You don't like flies?
I don't like to fly.
Oh, you don't like to fly?
I don't particularly like flies either. So we can just put it all together.
Death man? No.
I don't want to die.
I don't want to die. I don't like spiders and snakes, and I think there already is a snake man and a spider man. So
there is a spider man for sure. I don't know about
I think I've heard of him.
Yeah.
Snake eyes.
Yeah, and there's a Venom or somebody like that. So those are the 2 things I hate the most.
What about
spiders and snakes?
You would be missing out, man.
Oh, FOMO man.
FOMO man.
Yeah. FOMO man. Yeah. Hi, I'm FOMO man. FOMO man. What are you guys doing? For those listening on AM, that is F. FOMO.
Can't.
Go on, Rockstar.
No, I had a filter. Go ahead.
Wow, Rockstar developed a filter.
I was going to get a Rockstar.
I swear I won't say it. I swear I won't say it.
No, he won't say it.
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
Okay,
Rocky.
Damn, I know.
Is that it?
That's it. That's 4 of them.
I thought felt like 3.
Yeah, 4 of them.
Felt like 3.
It actually felt like 5.
Tell Reed when that big microphone, that light's on, that we're talking. Okay.
That's not
Yeah. Hey, locally owned and operated, our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Take your car by. Go see those guys. Anything you need bumper to bumper, they can handle. 4 locations at online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right. That's the Rockstar 3 and Out today. The Batman is out. Without even saying.
You know who's seen it
already.
already.
Has Lunsford seen it?
Of course.
Homeboy saw it in IMAX.
Yeah.
Oh, he saw it in IMAX.
Tuesday.
On Tuesday? I thought it came out like last night.
Now that you've processed, is it 2 thumbs up? Is it Okay.
2 thumbs up?
He went 2 thumbs up.
It is a journey. I think it's 3 hours long. So
I think the Patterson
That's a
kid
haul.
is a good actor from what was the weird
Twilight.
one? No.
Oh,
I never saw
Lighthouse.
Twilight. Lighthouse. He was very good in Lighthouse.
very fun movie.
Didn't end well.
God, yeah,
especially for him.
I haven't been to a theater yet. Maybe that's what gets me back into theater. Going to see the Batman.
The Batman in the theater.
Will you go see it? Not with me. I'm not asking you out.
Oh yeah. I know we'll go see it with you.
FOMO man is not asking you out.
I probably will go see it.
Yeah, in theater.
I probably will.
Yeah,
I've got to go see this this Uncharted tomorrow night with the kids. The Mark Wahlberg and Tom Holland.
Yeah.
Have you seen a trailer? Seen a trailer on that?
It's based off a video game.
Yeah, the trailer looks. I mean, it looks obviously over the top, but visually, it looks like one of these adventure movies with the kids, a big popcorn movie. It might be fun. Again, I saw Dog a couple of weeks ago, and highly recommend it if you like dogs.
So many different trailers for what is it, Uncharted?
Yeah, and they play Ramble On in one of the trailers.
Now's the time. The time is now.
All right, we're back in a moment right here on the next round as we roll on. Part of the show being brought to you by the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, Montevallo is the location. 14-to-1 student-to-professor ratio. And just yesterday, listen to this, everybody, just yesterday, the Board of Trustees connected to the University of Montevallo decided for the fifth straight year, not to raise tuition. They haven't raised tuition at Montevallo in over 5 years. Still committed to giving you a cost-effective, great education at the University of Montevallo. Check them out online, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. One thing you know about me is I love my good food. My wife and I, for the first time, recently went to Fairley's Southern Bar and Kitchen, just off 459 in the Grove in Hoover. After starting with a baked pimento cheese dip, my wife moved on to the penne chicken with the cream mashed potatoes, wilted spinach, and lemon caper pan sauce. I ordered the pork chop special over the pureed sweet potatoes. Our meal was fabulous. We had a wonderful time. If you're looking for a great meal or a great date night like we had, Fairley's Southern Bar and Kitchen, just off 459 in the Grove in Hoover.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester from The Next Round here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I've lost 13 pounds in just 3 weeks. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
It's been a fun day talking to Andy Burcham about Auburn basketball after they win the SEC last night. Pretty much expect him to win it outright with a win Saturday over South Carolina down at Auburn Arena. You agree?
Yeah, they'll be a 15, 16-point favorite, and they should easily win over South Carolina.
Much bigger game for Alabama to get a little momentum going into Tampa as they play at LSU on Saturday. LSU in need of a win as well, as they let one get away in Fayetteville last night.
You know, I saw our guy Justin Hokanson. We were discussing this earlier, and he had the Ken Palm projected bracket of the SEC tournament. And Alabama right now, it's interesting. I don't know which side you'd want to be in if it even matters to you. But Alabama, as it stands right now, would be the 6th seed. If they beat the winner of Vandy, Georgia, they would play Kentucky, and they would be in the same half of the bracket with Tennessee, Kentucky. The other half of the bracket is the 1-4. It's Auburn and Arkansas right now. That's the half I would not want to be in.
I don't know.
They're all tough.
Yeah,
but the way Arkansas is playing right now.
The interesting thing, you talk about Alabama being the 6th seed. Is there's a chance there's higher seed in the NCAA tournament than they are in their own conference.
The reason I brought that up is LSU is the 5, according to Ken Palm right now. Those two play Saturday, so that could flip that. And if it did, Alabama would be in the half with Auburn and Arkansas.
So, and again, I don't think it matters which half.
They're all tough, right?
Our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg from Pell City, reminds you that replacing a roof doesn't have to be tough if you end up using him. Storm Restoration Roofing for over 20 years, locally owned. Greg's the owner. And I'll give you a cell number right now, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. Listen, this is like those old ID credit protection plans back in the day where they'd literally give you the Social Security number and you can go to try to scam them if you want. Here is Greg's cell number right here, and he's going to keep you from getting scammed when it comes to roof replacement, roof contractors. There's a lot of that goes on out there, not with Greg from Pell City. He's been here 20 years. He's not going anywhere. And you got his number right here, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. He'll give you a free no-cost inspection on your roof, no obligation at all. You can even look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Locally owned, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, the best warranties in the industry, and insurance companies love them. Keep that name and the number on standby for when the storms blow through. If you want to check your roof or if you do have damage, Greg's the person to call. He'll come out. He'll help you temporarily secure your building before the insurance companies get there, but he'll also take a photo album to make sure that you get the most money you can from your insurance companies. The number 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or Greg from Pell City on Facebook. All right, the NFL Combines is off and going. We're watching speeds. Hand size has become an issue with Kenny Pickett today. Brown broke that to us earlier at 8.5 inches on that. Some of the drills, they've been running the cones and all that. We're not really to the good 40 part yet. But one big story that's happening in the National Football League is involving quarterbacks and Russell Wilson. And yesterday, Pete Carroll, as most coaches and GMs are at the Combines, they do a news conference. And Pete Carroll said, listen, yes, people keep calling Seattle. People keep offering things for Russell Wilson. But we're not shopping Russell Wilson. He is very happy coaching another year with Russell Wilson. It is looking more and more like we will not get Russell Wilson in a new city.
You know, Russell Wilson, I saw an interview yesterday. He said, look, for me, my best opportunities are on the West Coast. And I don't know if that means potentially somewhere else, but when you start to look at the West Coast, Chargers have got their quarterback, Rams got their quarterback, Arizona's got their quarterback, San Francisco's got their quarterback. Seems like Seattle's the only place to be, right?
Yeah. Seattle or Denver.
If you're West Coast, that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, do you consider Denver West Coast?
I don't.
From that mountain, it's straight downhill into the water, Brown. Mile high, straight down.
Russell Wilson is still a guy that's got potential, a top 10 potential. You know, he was banged up last year, had the thumb injury, hit it on Aaron Donald's helmet early in the season, and I think it affected the entire season. He missed 2 games last year, but I still think a guy that doesn't turn the football over, he's still got mobility, doesn't throw the deep ball as accurate as he did, but he's still a top 10 quarterback.
Absolutely. Miami says they've shut the door on Deshaun Watson. Much more on the NFL coming up tomorrow on the show as the Combine continues. When we come back, LT gives us the lock of the day.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, it's Reed from The Next Round. I'm excited to work with Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I'm excited to begin my weight loss journey. I went in for my consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me how to reach my goals the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and to hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show and get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
All right, we dropped the lock last night. Xavier got one handed to him last night. LT will send out the lock a little bit later on today. It's brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. And if you're hearing this right now, whether it's live or on the replay right before we start another live show on Friday, remember this, that Adam, Chad, and his team at Hemp Hill can fix anything when it comes to plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. You trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. When something's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, you call Hemp Hill Services. They're the ones we trust to fix it, and we know that they'll do it they'll do it right, on time, and at a fair price. It's Hemp Hill Services since 1954, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Remember, we've got a pair of Legion FC tickets, VIP, that we're going to give away this afternoon during our specialty show 3 to 4. We're at the Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. That's where we're going to be this afternoon. We'll be out there from 3 to 4 Central on all our video platforms. You can join us there. It'll be a sit on the front porch, shoot the you-know-what, and just take questions from you guys and just sit around and talk about anything and everything. And we encourage you to send us questions in the video chat rooms and also on Twitter at Next Round Live. We're looking forward to hanging out with Bo and the crew at Alfa Romeo Birmingham. If you want to stop by, Grants Mill exit right there off of I-459 in the Birmingham, Alabama area. We look forward to seeing you or talking to you or answering your questions this afternoon, 3 to 4 Central. For everybody part of the Next Round, that's our show today. We're back live on a Friday at 9 a.m. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.